actually start stream. And then put on more appropriate music rather than the happy playlist.
Is this 31?
This is 31. Session 31. Hard to believe. Over a year. We've made it further than most people who play D&D.
Yay!
Yay.
I mean, it helps to have a really good party and a really great DM who's been, guiding us through this. So,
Oh,
I mean, props to you.
No, he's okay.
Hey.
Yeah, he's all right.
You guys suck. Pour my heart and soul in this
Guys, I gotta
damn
put him up a little bit.
Well, Viz
If
is
don't
dead.
put him up, he'll kill us.
Viz about to be dead. Cool. Let's, for the sake of jumping back in, do a little recap. Last time, the party made final preparations to leave Stormwatch. They returned to the town and tavern, and while Tinka, Anna, and Tide went to finalize boarding prep and the collection of the ship, which had been repaired and enhanced with the ice-breaking upgrades, as well as some new fishing gear, the rest of the party went to the tavern where music was playing. A slightly out-of-tune band completely comprised of musical goblins called the Loot Goblins. Quick pause, wearing my merch today. They played as the villagers and Enclavians celebrated the dispatch of the Hydra, and now the safety of the town. Halvar thanked the party and offered 3 red gold metallic ingots of something called oraculum, or orichalcum. That's the appropriate pronunciation of the word. Orichalcum. Offered it to the party as further compensation, noting that to the right buyer could likely be worth at least a few hundred gold pieces apiece. Hard to say because it's not something that's often traded in. But after saying final thanks, Halvar went back to dancing with Ragna to the jovial tunes of the Loot Goblins, now joined by Silwyn, who was able to get them in time and in tune for quite a wonderful performance. As the revelry continued, the High Warden of the Enclave, Shai Kalan, stepped into the tavern to tell the Enclave and the party it was time to leave, to make their way southern to the southernmost regions of Kyrios. Time, once again, not really on our party's side. Making way to the Enclave ship, an enormous black ship with black sails, roughly the size of a galleon, the party met some of the Enclave members on board and were shown around. Grimmer Gurnham, a dwarf, was their host, and somewhat of a concierge while aboard. They were shown the galley and the mess, a library, training area, a little shop front, and workshop. And the vastness of the ship was designated to rooms and cabins for the crew and the stewards on board, being shown around though, and eventually being free to have free reign of the ship, all except for the lowest pieces of the deck, or the third deck, lower deck, which is off limits. Timothy met a lovely half earth and half fire Ganassi named Ignora, who was the artisan arcane of the ship, the one who dabbles in the trade, collection, and creation of curiosities, or as she called them, curiosities, and magical items. Seeing that she had unique armor that was later determined to be warden armor that she had added her own enhancements to, the two spoke of the magic imbued in each pieces of the warden gear that they had, Ignora allowing Timothy to try on the armor in exchange for studying the shield, and before resolving, offering the armor as a gift as it seemed to respond to him versus anyone else who's tried it before. There's clearly something unique about its arcane signature and the resonance it had with Timothy. Timothy then connecting with a warden in title, sparred a few rounds and learned that the wardens of the Enclave are wardens in title only. Doesn't seem to be much of a connection otherwise to the history of the wardens, which he's been searching out. But went to the library to search out more information, if any available, though to no avail. While there, his sword Elentari became noticeably silent and began to vibrate with a near magnetism towards the lower part of the ship. While that was happening, the rest of the crew went on a shopping spree at Ignora's, procuring a few items for themselves and for each other. A floral chime that allows plants to grow, acquired as a gift for the people of Farangol, some unique boots for Silwen that allow her to walk silently and move across invisible platforms in the air as if walking in air. A crown of Season's Embrace for Anna, which both strengthens the wearer against certain types of harm, as well as allows some unique magic based on the season it's attuned to. A unique trident for Tide that returns to the wielder when in water and can be activated to become a bone shark. And lastly, though quite reluctant, a compass that leads to just about anything, an item that Ignara seemed to treasure and hold dear, though not revealing why. Tinka, being quite perceptive and insightful, also picked up on Ignara's disdain for the High Warden, her reluctance to speak as if the ship had ears, and learned through the message spell that, in speaking with Ignara, that she was unable to leave the Enclave even if she wanted to, at least for the time being.
Hello, sorry I'm late.
What's up, man? Welcome. Looking at a cuff on her wrist, implying that if she tried, death would befall her family, Tinka, determined to rescue her, headed to the library to do some research of her own, in a means of finding a means of unlocking whatever the item was that was keeping Ignara seemingly imprisoned. Regrouping as a collective, Timothy told the group of Ignara's warning to him not to trust the High Warden, and also having the party join him in searching the lower deck of the ship where they were not supposed to go, but where Elantari seemed to point. Finding the engine room in the lowest reaches of the ship, but no sign of Cogs, the senior engineer, or the chief engineer of the ship. The door opened and revealed an interior of the engine room. Ethereum-powered tech ran through the length of the ship, nearly on all sides, feeding to a few different power sources across the room, and pulsating with like a blue arcane glow. And inside there was a containment unit at the back of the room, and inside was a silver axe with a similar marking or series of similar markings to the one that Elantari had. And in his mind, he heard a pained scream, though not coming from his blade, but the blade in the containment, followed by an intense feeling of pain and fear from the Elantari he carried with him. There's a clear connection between these items. And that's where we'll pick up today. Timothy, first things first, let's drop you guys on the map you were on before, which is now enhanced with quite a bit more.
Whoa. Mind Flayer Pod.
Elantari pod. You guys kind of stand in this room. There is the containment unit at the back. There are these 4 panels or power cells, they seem to be, across the floor, and then running down the center, kind of the station you guys are at, seems to be where this blue glowing energy source all kind of seems to be feeding into and out of, and kind of circularity of Ethereum in the room. Let's pick up there with anything you guys want to do after walking first in the room. I think Kiza said that she was going to have Anna keep like a perception check from behind. No roll necessary, or I think she rolled last time. She did. With a 10. At this juncture, don't see anybody.
Take a look at this whole mechanism, and given my background knowledge with Ethereum, just whatever little baseline that is, just like take a look and see if any of this like stands out to me like at all, if there's anything that's like unusual given the little bit that I know about Ethereum.
For sure.
I'll have Leon help him with that, I think.
Okay. How are you gonna do that? Through a specific action, or just kind of like also looking around? What's the thought process?
Yeah, I think like isn't that like more like, I mean, mechanically specifically
do,
like
a
the help action, right?
Cool. So any roll,
but like but like in character, like he'll assist him with like I don't think Leon knows as much about Ethereum or the like mechanical stuff. He's the innate sorcerer, but I mean whatever arcane knowledge he will have, he'll lend to assist with.
I love that.
And I mean specifically, Timothy is going to be focusing on that part that has what he believes to be that other shard of Elantari.
Perfect. So, couple things. As you guys are walking in the room, you should have freedom to place your characters where you want them. You guys can kind of move about the room. A couple things you notice. I need first, before we do an investigation, I need everybody who's walking through the room to do a DC 10 perception check for me.
Nailed it.
Everybody about to be good. For those who are above 10, which I think is pretty much everybody, won't roll for the others who aren't here.
Sorry, I'm just loading in. Am I in this room? I didn't get separated or anything?
Yeah, you're in here too.
Okay.
No, we left you on the poop deck.
I wouldn't blame you.
Cool. Yeah, everybody notices this. You walking through the room notice this palpable heaviness in the air. It's not just like thick, but it's almost like tangible. Like as you're walking through, you can feel like almost like a barometric pressure change, almost like walking through a dense fog. The atmosphere in the room seems to like shimmer and crackle as you walk through. It's not everywhere, but you definitely notice it kind of about as you're walking around. It gives off this faint ethereal glow that pulses rhythmically with the hum of the machinery as things are moving about. You kind of are gathering that it seems to be like the whole room is arcanely charged. The best way to describe it, it would be what I refer to as arcane saturation. Like the air is completely saturated with magic. It's an overwhelming concentration of raw magical energy. I think Tinka, if you give me a Arcana check, and Leon, you can do it as well.
Oof.
It's okay. Tinka, I think maybe just because you're smaller, shorter to the ground, it's not as like dense for you. So you're like you can notice the same kind of pressures, but like maybe not as clearly as Leon, whose head's literally walking through the cloud.
Yes.
This arcane power, this saturation seems to be coming from some kind of, I don't call it leak, but as if something here isn't fully connected, and so like that raw energy is just kind of like swarming and filling the room. Otherwise,
does anything stick out to me, like in this engine room compared to the engine room of that crazy captain lady's ship that I was on before?
Yeah, give me a, let's call this a history check.
Nice. I'm so good at that. I got -3.
That's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah. So Nixie's entire engine room, because her ship is sea bound, right? And this is an airship. Like what she has is less an engine room, but more like a place where they keep their own magical artifacts. So it's not necessarily that you notice anything about the engine room so much as you do the fact that there is a magical artifact in here, because you've seen similar things in what Nixie has. This containment cell in the back of the room, the fact that it's literally containing something, you know it must be kind of powerful.
Okay.
Himothy, give me an investigation.
Oof.
You get an advantage. Sorry, you get an advantage because of Leon's help.
Yeah.
Oof. Still not great.
Not great. Yeah. I think as you're exploring and you're kind of like walking around, you get a general feel for like, yes, there's magic flowing through the ground and through these pipes and roundabout. You kind of get like this cyclical nature of how things are being sourced, and then it's all kind of being drawn from that center cell into the main Ethereum engine that's down below. Outside of that, you notice a panel that's on this, like literally right up front. It's not hard to find. You don't really know much about it other than the fact that it looks to be some type of technical device.
All above my head, guys. I don't no clue what this thing is.
I'm a little concerned because, like, weren't we supposed to run into somebody on our way down here? Like, have there been like hallways like we just didn't go down? Because like, I thought there was
Yeah.
a grumpy man that we were supposed to run into.
You were told by Grimmer, the dwarf that was helping you guys out. Let's show you guys this dude again. He's the dwarf who was kind of like concierging you around a little bit until he gave you free reign of the ship. To watch out for cogs, not necessarily like implying he would be down here, but so much as like he's just a shitty person to run into. I think by process of elimination, you kind of gather this must be where he works from. He's supposed to be another gnome who's kind of a tinkerer, and he is called the chief engineer. So if anything happened, he would likely be here, but it's not like he's stuck to this room, clearly, as he's not here.
Oh, okay. I see.
Can I take a look at that panel after Timothy says it's above him or above
Yeah.
his whatever expertise?
For sure. Yeah.
I want to see if I can understand it.
Do an arcane or arcana check for me, at advantage.
Oh, weird. It did it twice on its own.
Perfect. Yeah, so it's a unique panel. I'll drop you guys on this panel.
Oh, this is sick. Is this a puzzle? I love puzzles.
It is a puzzle. There are 4 corresponding kind of like flashing indicators. Give me 1 second because this.
Oh god, put it back. I tried to move the screen and I moved a button.
I don't know what. I don't see a button moved.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Oh.
I don't know what you guys are doing.
Yeah, I'm playing with the buttons.
Okay.
I didn't know if you could see me do it.
Yeah, Yeah, I can see it after a delay, I guess. Basically, as you are looking at the panel, you see these 4 flashing lights. Do you touch it?
Not with that Arcana roll, I don't think.
Okay. Yeah,
I don't think you would be brave enough.
Yeah, I think what you would tell is
We're sewing when we need her.
right. There's a very clear indication that there are like these symbols. Just give me a perception check based on like where you're standing in the room. Put you guys back on the other map now. But we'll come back to
Everybody, or
this.
just
Anybody who's like nearby and kind of paying attention like as this is all unfolding. I think probably everybody makes sense because you all are kind of roundabout.
I'll move up a little bit. All right, am I gonna get cut in half? If I
No.
cross this?
These are like embedded in the
Okay.
floor, so you can walk
Okay,
around.
that's what I was trying to figure out. I didn't know if it was like waist height or what.
No. Assume it's covered by glass. Kind of like you're just being able to see this flow of energy happening
Ooh.
through.
I got a crit fail on my perception. My eye patch is in the way.
Right. Yeah. You go to look and you realize like you're looking with the wrong eye. You have to like flip it over really quickly, and you're also still kind of blinded to what's happening in the room. Timothy, I think you're probably super enthralled with the fact that there's this other shard in there. It's hard for you
Oh
to
yeah, I'm
notice
definitely
much
paying attention
else.
to that.
Yeah, it's like
I'm half licking the glass, like not actually, but like
but yeah,
metaphorically.
yeah, absolutely. You'd be completely taken aback by the fact that there's a shard and there's some kind of communication between the two, though you can't really grasp it fully yet. Tinka, Tide, the two of you notice those same symbols on each one of these 4 cells around the room. These power cells, the black, green, yellow, and blue. Each one corresponds to a different symbol. There's a storm cloud, there's a sun, there's a snake, and then there's a cyclone. The storm cloud is on this one. The sun is on this one. The snake is on this one. And the cyclone is on this one.
I think we gotta swap the snake and the sun, guys. Who's ever heard of a green sun and a yellow snake?
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Oh.
we noticed those symbols on those corresponding colors.
You can also give me an investigation if you want to like look at the cell a little bit more deeply. Like you notice like with your perception that those are there, but you haven't like looked super. Oh gosh, investigate.
I'll
Yeah,
take a look.
I don't know why it's doing twice. I'm sorry.
that's D&D Beyond. They've got that weird update thing that was happening.
I wonder if saves are still
I'm
broken.
paying particularly close attention to this yellow one.
Okay. Yeah. Any DC above 10. You guys notice that there is like similar arcane power flowing throughout it. It doesn't match what's happening with the saturation in the air necessarily, but you can like tell there's like sourced magic underneath, and they seem to be glowing the types of colors that there are that match the symbols, or maybe probably with that investigation you realize they don't match the symbols. Yellow energy being tied to a snake, and I'll just kind of give you the what Bridget assumed doesn't make sense, right? You would think with a snake it'd be poison, maybe some kind of
That was Tinka, not Bridget,
Sorry,
for the
Tinka.
record. Bridget's not that smart.
that Tinka. Well, Bridget surmised it on her own, but yes, that Tinka called out like we have to swap these, right? Yes, there. It definitely seems to be that there's some kind of arcane correlation to the symbols, though it doesn't seem right.
Can that? Oh, it's you said they were buttons. They're not like with that investigation. Can I tell if they're like something to be removed or if they're supposed to be like pressed in like an order?
It's a good question. It looks like they're completely carved on there. Like you can't.
Okay,
You
so
can't
these
like
aren't
it doesn't.
something
Yeah,
that
if you were
pop
to
off.
touch it or anything, it doesn't move. It looks like it's innately designed as part of the power cell, some kind of decorative piece.
Same thing with the panel.
On the panel, yeah, on the panel, the it's carved. The only thing that seems to be changing are the indicators, the 4 buttons that are flashing.
Interesting.
Okay. So what happens if I press the button closest to me?
Like just like like touch
Oh,
the
God.
bulb. Imagine
Wait, are
it
they
like
just bulbs?
yeah. Imagine that these are like if you remember from a Spencer's gifts story.
Oh, I've
you
spent
go and
many hours in the back of the Spencer's gift
yeah,
shop.
you go and put your hands on that ball of energy or whatever, and like you see the lightning come to your fingers. That's kind of like
Yeah.
the same aesthetic that's going on here, but like the energies are all colored. So you like put your hand on it, and you do feel like an attraction of some kind of and what you feel on the yellow one is warmth. Actually, is warmth.
Okay. Alright.
Since you got lightning hands, can you just roll a d20 to see how impressive it looks? Like if you look cool or not?
Like what kind of?
Just a straight d20.
It was technically, I guess, it would be a charisma roll, some kind of performance.
Nice. I'm really good at charisma. I got +0. Roll. I'm just gonna roll a d20.
That's fine.
It's not letting me-
Yeah, that's fine. You look
Yeah.
pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. Yeah,
Nice.
you notice like as you're doing that, like your beard kind of like puffs out a little bit, and just looks more full.
Cool. I got a perm. A beard perm.
So he touches it and he doesn't die.
Doesn't die.
Okay, I'll have Tinka touch the green one.
Okay. You touch the green one, and what you feel is happiness. Maybe you feel like a sense of joy.
Do I feel like a snake?
Do not feel like a snake.
Damn. I don't think she would touch it for too long. She doesn't want to feel that happy.
Yeah. When you do that, give me an Arcana check.
Oh, wee.
Ooh wee. Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of are on the same page. You surmise that there's something about these that is not right. The symbols don't seem to match the feeling or the coloration that's going on. I need to retcon. James, it's not warmth that you feel. It's more like a tingle. It's probably the
It's
best.
pee.
It's pee.
Tangle.
Yeah, more like a tingle.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Getting my own notes.
I feel like we have the perfect number of people to each one of us to touch a button, and then one of us to be the panel daddy. In the
Oh wait,
center.
Tide, touch the blue one because you're the water
Yeah, I was-
daddy.
I was
Oh,
just
you
gonna
can't.
say, I'll
You
go
can't
touch-
just say that.
You're the water
Yeah.
daddy.
Because he's blue and he has to touch the blue.
And then Leon should touch the storm cloud one because he's grumpy. And then I guess Himothy, since you're the smartest of all of us, you're panel boy, unless you want to be green button boy.
Oh boy.
I'll touch the blue.
I don't think me on the panel is probably the best idea, guys.
When you touch
I think it would be very good.
At the mention of him being the grumpy one, Leon's gonna look really sad, and he's gonna sad walk over to the gray one and look very much at Tinka as he sadly reaches out and touches it. Sadly.
Okay, never mind. She's gonna pull him to the green one and go to the gray one herself. Oh, stop looking at me.
I have a weird question just
Yes.
for game mechanics. So since we do have a few people missing today, did we like come down here and then we all like some of us decided to go in like separate directions? Is that how we're gonna play
I
it?
think
Or are
it-
they in the room with us?
It makes sense to say because Keys is specifically called out like being a watch out or kind of lookout. It makes sense that the people who are like sitting behind are like
He's
keeping
busy
an
doing
eye.
that,
Yeah,
right.
they're keeping an
Okay,
eye
cool.
on the door. Unless there's
And
anything.
Sylvan found a mirror.
Yes, Sylvan's just enthralled. Maybe she went invisible. Who's to say?
Sylvan's trying out her new boots. She's
Yeah.
she's invisible in the corner.
and walking above you guys. Tinka, I'll say like for Viz, if there's anything in particular you want him to do, he's also with you guys because he hasn't left your side.
What does the gray one feel like?
Yeah, so let's Tide, you touch the blue one, and it feels cold, like very cold.
Okay.
Almost frosty. As soon as you touch it, like the whole globe on it kind of gets a little bit of condensation. Tinka, when you touch the black one, you feel kind of like static electricity feeling, but like not like a shock, but like that you can feel like the hair on your arms raising up.
Okay, like if I had a light bulb in my mouth, it would light up.
Yeah, that's exactly a good way to think about
I'm Uncle Fester.
it.
All right, Timothy, go check out that panel boy.
Right over here, right?
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell Viz to
There.
go with him just for moral support.
Okay.
Hey, look, guys.
Yeah. So you go back to the panel. I'll put you on the panel because I forgot that I can separate people. Timothy on the panel. You see the same thing, right? These four flashing lights. Kind of no real indication what they might be for. On the right side, those buttons are like if you were to press them, what they would turn to. That's just kind of like the indication of like what kind of coloration you're trying to get to. What do you do?
I have no fucking clue. Timothy is just like staring at this, scratching his head, just trying to figure out. Guys, I told you it's not the best idea to put me on this. I don't know what I'm doing here.
Play with the buttons.
Lick
Do you
it.
want to switch?
I definitely don't want to switch. I don't know what's going on over there.
Do you want me to come look at the thingy? You want to switch with me?
Yes, please. I don't
All right,
know what I'm
come
doing with this.
Come touch the gray box.
You'll go over there and hold on to the gray one.
Okay, can you place me on the panel, please?
I can.
Okay. And you took me off the panel.
I'm sorry. I'm trying.
Hold on it.
You're okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to replace.
I don't know
you
if I'm
guys.
gonna be able to I don't know if Bridget's gonna be able to figure this out because I'm fucking tired and stupid.
All right, I'm gonna have to do it this way because D&D Beyond is being the worst, or Roll20 is being the worst. Timothy, are you back on? Is everybody on the panel page? What happened?
I'm on the panel.
on the
page.
panel.
I'm on the panel.
Great. I don't know why. The dumbest. Okay. Let's bring everybody back to this one. I don't know how to fix this. Everyone's on the panel page right now.
It's
Okay, so it's the lights are going in a pattern of 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mhm.
So the pattern is consistent. I don't know if that means anything.
What lights are blinking?
On the
Right now?
panel,
Yeah, but like
they're just
the
white,
cross
and
or
so
like the ones. Like
yeah, the cross.
Okay,
So,
not the
yeah.
red
So
ones.
I'm
up top.
assuming that we
Correct.
have to move the lights on the side to the lights that like correlate with the flashing ones, maybe.
Yeah, I'm just saying like the lights on top, the red ones. They're what look like they
Oh
would
yeah,
be
they're
red
not
if they
doing
were
anything.
illuminated. They're nothing, right?
Yeah,
Or
the
they are.
colorful
them.
ones are like what would happen if you were to press the buttons. They cycle through. Basically, you get the option of placing the 4 where they would be if you were to like cycle through the different.
Right. I
buttons.
guess what I'm saying is like half the red lights aren't lit up, showing like half are
Oh,
red or
okay.
something.
Yeah,
There's no
at the top,
correlation
no,
there.
they're all lit right now.
They're all lit. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, should we try and place one? What do you guys think?
And so I'm seeing like a black and 3 whites.
Mhm.
Is that not?
It's moving around for everyone else. I think yours had a problem with the gifts last time.
I turned my acceleration on. Damn. Okay. It's moving around for everyone. The black one just moving
Yeah.
around.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's
In
moving
the in a
around
Black
one,
one
two,
clockwise.
three,
appears
four.
to move.
Okay, hold on. I think I might be able to enable animated graphics. Hey, I can see everything now.
Hey.
Hey.
Okay, so I'm thinking we put the green one between the sun and the snake. Or we put the yellow one. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it sounds good for the green one between the sun and the snake to see. Just like I'm gonna test it out, see if something changes.
All right. Goodbye if this explodes and kills me.
Well, hold on, let's think about it for a
Oh,
second.
too late.
Okay.
Tinka,
All right, I think that's as close as I can get.
you touch the panel. Let's see where everyone's located.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Put you guys all back on this page. I don't know why this is
Oh
happening.
God, I'm gonna kill Timothy. Or not Timothy, I'm gonna kill Leon.
Only you and Viz. There is a concussive blast that goes off.
Oh, fuck.
You guys
Boom.
all take 26 points of force damage. Tinka, you are blown back 10 feet.
Oof.
Same with Viz.
What's 52 subtract 26?
26.
26.
I don't want to talk about
Nah, math.
it. So yeah, Tinka's gonna just lay here for a second. I don't know how far back 10 feet is, but I'm gonna lay there.
I'm gonna instinctively get out the koi fish.
Okay, smart.
I'm dying.
When you do that, your immediate thought is, even without an Arcana roll,
That hurt.
this is charged, probably because these power cells are active.
Oh, because we're touching them?
Not because you're touching them, because there's power in it.
Oh. Okay. Tinka's gonna stand up and say, "Ay caramba."
What's that
And
blue thing?
then what blue thing? It's the koi fish. It's healing us.
Yeah, it's the koi fish.
Oh, wait, what?
Tinka
When
would
did
go
we-
back to Viz so you
when did
could
we
use
get a
the fish in
fish?
one spot.
It's hold on 1 second. I haven't cast it in a while, but it's healing spirit.
Oh, okay.
It's just,
Just-
a form.
just
You
looks
can
like a
cast
koi
that
fish.
for free now. You know that, right?
I can cast this for free.
Yeah, we gave you an item that lets you cast that without using a spell slot.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, but you weren't here for it.
The trident. I didn't see
No,
that.
it was a
Oh.
long time ago.
Yeah, I gotta
Yeah, it was before that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe like a
Paula-
helmet or
I don't think
tiara
Paula's
or
told
something.
me about that one.
I forget about things. I'll
Wait,
find
did I get any cool items? Any weeks I missed?
No.
Nope.
Damn.
All I have is my compasses. I don't have anything else.
You got an upgrade.
Like, you got like
to your
4
guns.
compasses now.
I got an upgrade to what?
No, Doza got an upgrade to his
Oh.
guns.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. I love that.
They kick my butt.
Do you say anything about the power being on?
No, I think she would say, "Hey, dude, Zood, go touch that. I think I fixed it."
You gotta roll a deception or something.
Persuasion.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll roll like insight, I guess. Is that how
My
you wanna do
persuasion
it?
and deception are the same. I want to deceive him.
Okay.
7. Ah! Go touch it, idiot.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. I'm going to wait. Where'd that 16 come from?
Oh man, wait, we're in the line of fire, but she's gonna move Viz and her before he does this.
Okay. You got that just under the wire. You guys are about to
Can I
take.
look?
Uh-huh.
Can I look at the panel again?
Sure.
Here we go. Okay. Have any of the red lights changed? It all reset. Like the green's not sitting there anymore.
No, it's like as soon as she went to go trigger the button, this concussive blast went off.
Okay.
Everything else looks the same.
Well, I guess if she's convinced me that this thing is dangerous and she knocked the kinks out, I'll try to move the
There's another 2 hit points for.
I think I'm gonna
Viz on
try to
this one.
move this stormy button, right?
Cool.
On top of this one, but I want to wait till the until it's black. before
Okay.
I move it
You
there.
try and do it quickly.
Yeah.
So hey, it's a perfect similar roll. 26 points of damage.
Damn.
You
At the
you
panel?
also get blasted back. Yeah, the panel doesn't change as soon as you try and press the buttons. It's like it like flashes a different color. It doesn't even flash black. It just flashes a different color, and then you get shot at 10 feet.
You lied to me.
Oh man, I must not have fixed it. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Wait, can I make a? Well, I guess no, because I wouldn't think that it was still charged. I was about to say, like, knowing that it blew up before, could I make like a dexterity saving throw, maybe to take half damage? But
Yeah, I'll allow that. I think that's a good use of Dex and
Okay.
pre-existing knowledge.
It's so weird. My when I go to click on saving throws, like in that top left box on D&D Beyond, it's not wanting to do anything. It just lets me click.
No,
on it.
it's been broken for a few weeks.
Okay.
Use the ones at the top.
Oh, okay.
Those are ability checks, but they won't add in your proficiency if you're proficient with a specific type. So you have to manually add that in.
Yeah.
Weird. That's the ones at the top aren't working either.
I
I think my skills work. They're the only thing. I can just roll it. I think I can roll a d20 and then add 4.
That's fine. Yeah.
Let me do that.
A natural 20 on an Arcana check he wasn't supposed to roll. That's funny.
A natural
Another
20 on the
natural
other
20.
roll. Yeah. So the way we'll play this, because of a nat 20, I'll give you an additional bonus here.
2 nat 20s in a row.
in a
I'm
row,
sick
yeah.
of it.
You touch the button and you were prepared for it. So what you end up doing is you jump back, and you jump back 5 feet, which is enough to lessen the blow. You only take, we'll say, quarter damage of 26.
Sick. What's that? 6?
Six
seven?
6.5. Yeah, 7.
Sick.
Okay, cool.
Oh, well, I think I lessened it a bit. Okay, progress.
The fish will not go through Tinka this time.
Knowing that this thing is still powered on because of that second interaction, I
Only
would
one for
like
you.
to. Oh, I get 1 back. Heck yeah.
Okay, come over here.
that was-
You
that
have to
was-
come
that
stand
was-
with.
That was
Oh,
for Tinka. The fish has
okay.
gotta touch you.
All right. Well, I wanna roll to see if I can find a power switch or something
Okay.
that can control the power.
Yeah, give me an investigation.
If
I-
you roll a
I'm-
1, you touch the panel again.
I'm amazing at investigation. Okay, I got 5, but
You
I'm
got
gonna
what?
voice that idea to the party. I think, but I'm just gonna look like I'm having trouble finding it.
Cool. Yeah. 17, Tinka, you don't see anything that looks like a specific panel or anything that you could like power down. You
Okay.
see where the energies go behind the containment unit, but it's like too tight back there to try and get to.
Okay, wait, would it be too tight for Vizzy? Or for Tinky?
It would not.
Okay, then I will bring Tinky back and just poof him around and see what we can see behind.
Cool.
Also, I'm gonna get away from this panel.
Yeah,
now that
yeah,
it's-
that's fine.
Wait, so Duzud cautioned the group about trying to find some kind of panel
Some-
to turn off, whatever.
Yeah, some kind
yeah,
of
our power source.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Timothy's gonna scream back, just don't kill the engine. We don't want them to know we're here.
Smart.
Aye. You just start feeling
If
this.
this, if this thing's powering the engine, we don't want to kill the engine.
You just start
Oh yeah,
feeling
this
like-
is Ethereum, isn't it?
It is, and this is the main
Of
engine room.
course this is powering the engine. What do you... I thought we knew that.
Yeah, but if we kill the engine on them, they'll know we're here.
Also,
It's an Ethereum-powered skyship. Why are we messing with the Ethereum?
because we gotta steal this thingy.
What thingy?
Wait, we're stealing this thing? Leon exclaims.
I mean,
We're not stealing it. We're liberating it. I made a promise to
acquiring
reunite it.
we're freeing it from its prison of, you know.
How did it get in
by
there?
them. Beats me.
So, Tinka,
That's my
backstory
pirate voice.
for Bridget, I guess more for you. Tinka would know. Elantari, this isn't an Elantari shard. This is like a second piece of it. It is, best you guys can tell, completely imprisoned by this arcane force. And with the arcane knowledge that everyone's kind of surmised, there's like a lot of this raw energy floating about in the room. There is like a very clear line that's like directionally siphoning from it. It seems like, and I'll give you this just because it makes sense with your various investigations and arcana rolls, it's being used as a power source.
Okay. So guys, we probably shouldn't fuck with this till we land. That way it's not being used.
Yeah, at the mention of it being potentially stealing this thing, Leon's gonna look a lot less interested, and he's gonna start like
Well, wait.
backing away towards the door.
It's
Leon, you
not
know that. Wait,
stealing.
Leon, come here. You know this whole ship is stolen, right? I actually
Wait,
wanted to
what?
talk to you guys about. My friend Professor Scuttleknocked, he is one of the like developers of the sky ships, and he told me about this ship a while ago. So I wanted to give you guys the option for if we want to say, fuck the Enclave, I can get authorities here to take this ship from them pretty quickly. Or if we do that, we could try and barter for a sky ship of our own, a smaller one, but if we help the powers that be, they'll probably reward us, and fuck the Enclave.
Well, I made a promise to Elantari that I need to reunite him, so I need to get that shard, one way or another.
And I've always
Yeah.
wanted to be a part of a mutiny. That wasn't going against me.
Well, do we
So
need
then
to
that's
get it
team
right
fuck the
now?
Enclave, right?
Well,
was
what's
that,
her
Liam?
name? Nara said, don't trust the warden, the high warden, or the high.
Right.
What's his name?
Yeah, but they're taking us to like drop us off near where we need to be for the fountain. If we take their power source, they might not be really happy about this at all.
They're going to prison. I don't know if you realize that if we get the authorities here that own this ship and are pissed off that it's stolen, the Enclave's not going free, and we are going to get rewarded. Plus, we can have them meet us where they're going to drop us off at for the frickin'... What is the word?
The last time I went along with these plans, I was back in Midport with Sylvan's thing, and look, I've had enough.
I am not Sylvan. This is
and
literally
Leon's
the lawful good thing to do, Leon.
Start. What do you mean? You're stealing?
No, we're not. I'm saying we return this to the rightful owners. I'm doing the opposite of stealing. This is already stolen. The rightful owners are looking for it. The Enclave stole this from the owner.
Right, but these
Well,
I
people
did none
have
of
done
this
us
stealing.
no harm
Leon.
yet. They're helping us out.
Leon,
Wait,
Leon,
was
as
Leon
well.
there when
Ellen,
we shopped and there was like the? Yeah, you were there when like that girl like pretty much told us she was like a slave to these people, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not feeling a little sussy about them at all, or?
Leon is...
I feel like Leon would know that they're shitty because I feel like you were one of the people that was even doubting them when Faylene was like, fuck Selwyn, we're turning her into the Enclave. But I just wanted to give you guys that option. I don't like these people. I think they're sacks of shit. I don't think stealing is right, and I would never do this. But I also know that this ship has a home where it's very important and it's used for dangerous things here.
Look,
and
you
it's in the
guys
wrong
do
hand.
what you need to do, and Leon's literally gonna go out the door and take watch. I'll keep watch outside, and
He's
he'll
got-
wait outside.
He's going to tell on us. I start getting nervous.
Roll for paranoia.
Yeah. Well, let's
Leon,
roll
here's the
an
thing too.
an insight.
Elentari is a
You're having a bad trip.
Okay.
Yeah, Timothy. This whole
Leon, here's the
time.
thing, too.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Elentari is a person. Like they're basically enslaved right now. We have to free them. Like that's like our duty to do that.
Elentari is a person?
Yes,
I thought
Yeah,
Elentari
Elentari is a
was your
person.
sword.
it is.
No, Elentari is a person. I've told you the story about how they transformed into a sword and then got split into 9 pieces.
Why would a human or a person want to be a sword?
Thought that was
It's
an
not
Right, the
princess
Titan Daddy.
It's a
It's like an elf.
Tink is gonna look at this sword and say, "Can you hear me?"
Timothy, you get a little bit of like a pulse, as if a response to yes, but it's very overshadowed by that continuous screaming from the other shard. You feel such intense pain, like your entire emotion right now is overwhelmed with, please don't leave me, freedom, like I need to get out of here, like the kind of impressions of like fear, being overwhelmed, and pain, like a severe pain.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll Timothy at that will like plead with the group, like, guys, I don't know how much longer like that other bit of Elentari can hold out. Like,
Does
we
it
need-
look like there's a hatch or an opening or like a window or anything?
So let's go back to Tinky, right? You sent Tinky behind.
Oh,
you-
right.
With your investigation, there's a couple things that you notice. This containment cell does not look like it was original to the ship. In fact, these 4 power cells, everything here is like retrofitted. The main engines are the 2 at the back. This other power source that's kind of like feeding into the middle of the room also looks like it's put in like aftermarket. But with Tinky, you're like specifically noticing like these places where it's like routing power back to those from like the top of the containment cell. It doesn't look anything like that would like shut it off, but you can definitely tell it's like the equivalent of magical NOS. It's not supposed to be in a ship like this.
So is there an on-off switch? Like, is there a big red button that says "Do not push"?
Nope.
Okay, so I can see that it's being fed, but I don't know how to stop it from feeding.
I think what you would know after being blown back, after kind of getting this idea that there's like these magical feelings coming from each one of these power cells, I think probably by now Tinka would start to realize like the best way to probably do this is to overload the power cells to shut them down. And you would also know now with this Tinky knowledge, it isn't going to turn the ship off. It'll just stop whatever this drain is from the main containment unit. It's unrelated to the main engines otherwise.
Okay, so would overloading it be pushing down the buttons?
I think you would know that like you can't touch, like you guys have tried to touch the actual panel, The cells themselves, again, like these orbs of magic, probably your best guess is like just feed raw magical energy back into it. Try
I
shooting
got
a
this.
spell
You're
into
good.
it,
You're
yeah.
good. I'm gonna do one that uses concentration, so I can use it multiple times. So I'm gonna cast Witch Bolt.
Okay. Into which
Where
one?
does she think would be the most, like into one of the parcel or the little buttons?
Yeah, so let's do this as another roll to see like which one, because you've gathered a ton of information, the specific feelings from each one. I think you would already know that the green and yellow, a witch bolt probably isn't going to do anything with, but the black and the blue,
Okay.
you have to determine which one makes the most sense. So do this as another Arcana roll.
Okay.
I'm gonna take another 5 step away. So I.
Oh no, a natural one.
Yeah, you really have no idea. At this point, it's probably a trial and error kind of thing.
We'll probably go with black then. I think with the Witch Bolt, you can also change the target as you hold concentration, but I'd have to
Cool.
check.
Yeah, dope.
How far can you?
And
cast
that's a
it
natural
from?
one, so I'll be right.
So I'll say like you don't have to roll to hit this kind of thing. What you're going to be doing is just like expending a spell slot into it, right? So you cast Witch Bolt into the black, and the first thing you see, are you doing this at first level? It's concentration, right? Like I don't even know what level it is.
Okay, did you say you don't have to roll to hit?
Correct.
Okay, so we're just gonna say I cast it.
Yep.
And then it's 1d12, so 2 seconds.
Cool.
Viz gets the last 3 healing from the fish.
Perfect. Thank you.
So that's 9 points of damage into the black one.
Okay. Yeah. You cast this witch bolt, and what you see at first is like this swelling of energy inside. And then Tinka, you feel that like the arcane saturation, I think because you didn't really notice it before, you notice it now. As you're casting this magic, it flows through you, and it like the 9 points that it would have done seems to intensify to 3x, and the whole thing cracks and goes dim.
Okay, so that one's done, right? Dunsky, we killed it.
Seems to be.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and transfer the Witch Bolt to the blue one. So I think if I don't need to roll to cast, I'll
Yeah,
just roll
you don't.
damage.
Yeah.
A 10 on that one.
You go to cast the witch bolt on this one. As soon as you do, it rebounds, and you take 10 points of damage.
Holy shit. I don't know how much Tide healed me for.
I only healed you for a total of 6, I think.
Oof.
Okay, so that would be 30.
6
it was
and
the 22.
7. It was 7.
23. My lucky number. Okay. So happy energy, tingly energy, and cold energy. Can I try casting a firebolt at the blue one?
Sure.
Not a fireball, just a cantrip.
Yeah. Roll damage.
Yeah, sorry, I have to find it. Okay.
So, what was
Intimidate
the what was
closer
the
to
kind of what was the
14.
damage?
on hands,
What's
take
the
a little bit.
damage? Yeah, what was the damage type of the witch bolt?
I think it's just necrotic, maybe.
Oh,
I have to double check. 2 seconds. Oh, it might be lightning. Crackling blue energy. I don't think it's. I think it's lightning. It's lightning energy.
We're assuming it's
It's lightning.
lightning. For the
Oh, yep.
consistency
A
of the-
sustained arc of lightning between you and the target.
okay. Well, we'll see what the firebolt does.
But
Yeah.
blue was really, really cold. So we're either gonna need to do ice damage to play into its style, or we're gonna need opposite.
Yeah, I was thinking we did the same. So,
Oh, you know what? It probably is the same because the black one was like lightning. It was like static. It was like
Yeah.
electricity.
But you did
Damn.
this, so let's see what happens.
All right. So do I hit my 14 points of damage back at me?
No, so this is a slightly different effect. When the fire hits the cell bursts into flames, and it caused like this blast of fiery explosion out. Everybody within 10 feet make for me a dex saving throw. It's a DC 12.
There's no.
Come on,
Yeah, he's in
man,
there.
type.
Oh yeah, you're in there.
Just add 2 to that. Sorry. I
Cool, you're
accidentally
good.
I've got a cat in my arms. So
You're golden.
my typing's not great.
Yeah, so I think Tide, you recognize that it's probably the same type of energy, and you see this coming, and you jump out of the way. I think as you do, Viz also notices, and he drops, and so you don't take any damage. If you succeed, it misses. That fire just kind of bursts up into the air and just dissipates into the magical wetness that is the saturation above. But yeah, I think you gather correctly that it's the same type of energy that it seems to be feeding out that you have to feed back in.
Yeah. So title.
Okay, this makes sense.
I got this one.
Okay, I think the snake would be poison, right?
Good guess.
I'm gonna do poison spray on the snake one.
Cool.
I did a frostbite into the blue one.
Perfect. Yeah, you guys same kind of thing, right? Like this magical energy that you're expending seems to intensify when it's going into the right kind of spaces. So the cells on top break and crackle with that same energy and then drop dim. So you have 3 of them powered down.
I'll flash.
Okay, I don't have any
brightest-
druidic magic.
I'll flash my brightest smile at this yellow one.
That yellow one's already dead.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
all that's left.
We
is
have the
wait,
green one, which is the sun, which I think would have to be like plant magic, like druidic magic, or maybe a radiant.
Yeah,
Damn it.
Radiant's the one. Radiant's the one.
If only we had a radiant boy.
Maybe we should
Leon.
apologize to our radiant.
I'm just gonna
guy.
use message. Say, Leon, we need your help. We're not stealing anything. Come help us.
Vol.
You're not grumpy. I'm sorry. I take it back, Vol or Leon. Leon, come help us. We need you, Leon. Come on, Leon. Don't do this to us. Leon, come back. You can blame it all on me. I think he's either muted or he left, or he's asleep.
If this motherfucker is asleep.
If I can do this and push through and stay awake, everybody else can.
We'll say, for the sake of continuity, he reluctantly comes in and
He's typing. He's typing.
Oh, he's typing.
and we wait.
Okay, well then I guess I can just keep overreacting. Leon hates us. Oh no, God.
Hates you.
Can we? Is it okay if we take a quick 5 while
Yeah,
he
that's a good idea.
fixes his mic?
Yeah,
Because
let's
I could use a
let's do
little
that.
break real quick. Thank you.
Yeah,
Oh shit, I fucked up.
we'll take 5. Be back in 5. Anyone needs a potty break? Now's a good time.
I thought I picked up an event for tomorrow. I picked up an event for an hour from now, so let me see if I can get that covered.
Hey chat, this is the first time I've been able to actually talk to chat for anything. Yeah, ooh, bots. Gross. How we doing?
if anyone's here. I like this puzzle.
Huh?
It's a fun one. I was muted. I said it is a fun one.
Okay, bye. Leon! Leon!
Hello, I'm sorry.
You're good, man.
Hello.
Welcome back.
I bumped my XLR and it fucked my entire audio. I had to restart them.
Oh, I did that not too long ago. I did that and I thought GoXLR had like completely shut down. And it was like when they had offloaded all of their stuff to third-party support. And
Yeah,
I got super pissed.
I noticed it happens. Like, I probably just need to go and do a good like cleaning of it and disconnect and reconnect everything. I notice like it feels like I need this. Like it starts doing this when I need to like go through and do that sort of thing, right? But
Mm-hmm.
anyway, sorry.
Yeah, you're good. Bridget, you're here?
Yeah, I'm here for at least 40 minutes.
I mean, like, since Lol's back, do you guys want to reconvene on...
Oh, yeah.
Leon!
Leon, Radiant Magic, will you Radiant Magic it? We need your help. We're not stealing anything. Please help, please help, please help, please help, please help. And she'll just keep repeating it till the message stops because it's full of words. And with there not being a response, she starts over. Please help, please help, please help, please help, please help, please help, please help.
Leon he'll walk back in, and he'll look over at Timothy and he'll say, "This is for you, right?"
Yes, I made a promise to Elantari to, try my best to reunite all the pieces. And I think we owe it to do that.
What does that mean? This is for you, right? What
do
if
you
it was
mean?
for me? Are you saying you're only doing it because it's Timothy?
I might do it only for you as well.
I help you with things all the time.
Yeah, and I help you with things all the time too.
Please help.
Leon will just
Yeah, and Elantari was fighting against the Titan. I think trying to reunite all the pieces is one of our best bets for trying to fight the Titans ourselves when the time comes.
I don't disagree. It's the means by which we're doing this. The last time we tried to steal something that blew up in our faces.
We're not stealing. What is it called when you take things that are stolen and give them back to their rightful owners? We're Robin Hood, but not illegal.
Fine. Where do you need me?
Green button. Radiant magic, please.
Leon will head on over there. He'll look very distraught and not enjoying the position he's in here. And then he's gonna like cast a guiding bolt into it.
Yeah. You say same as everything else, right? This 18 points though. This is the harshest magic that's happened yet. It seems to not just crack, but like burst. Like the whole top shatters open. and you see a surge of energy feed back into the cell back in the back of the room. A couple things happen when all of the power cells go down. The first thing you kind of notice is like this sound of depressurization and like a whirring sound kind of coming from the cells themselves as they have all kind of been broken now. And you look back at the containment cell, and that blue energy that's in there seems to have shifted. Something that maybe you didn't notice as each one of these was going down, but the energy coloration from each one of these other cells is fed back into it. And now the color is like a swirling, almost black color. I will show you this new vision. It's not only like this swirling series of magics, it almost, you kind of notice that the arcane magic inside becomes a little bit more tangible, like it's taking on like a liquefied form. And as they swirl around the axe, you almost lose sight of the axe. Only portions here and there are visible, and it's like a very densely filled container of chaotic color and arcane power. You can even tell from behind or where you're standing now just how radically intense it is. And then the other thing you notice is that the panel on the front of the cell seems to glow now with like a soft, inviting light versus that just harsh state that it was in before. Something new about the panel itself. Almost like if you touch it, it's not going to explode.
Is the sword still talking to you, Timothy?
Yeah, Timothy will, grip the hilt a little tightly and see how he's feeling with, everything that just happened now.
You touch the sword, and the feeling you have is that of kind of like what you felt when you touched, or when Sylvan pushed the vision of the Titan into Timothy's mind. That like petrified state. The connection between the two is still very much there, but it's almost like they are completely enraptured by whatever this series of events are that's happening, to the point that they can't express any additional feeling to you. They're like almost catatonic.
Yeah, and I'll kind of relay that. It's just like, it's hard to really tell what the sword's feeling right now. There's just a lot going on. But I think he will at the same time try and, put his arm around Tank and be like, I think we can get this, and sneakily heal her for 15 with lay on hands.
Hell yeah, brother.
Well done.
Tink is just gonna be like, you're a cool fucking dude, man. Okay. So now the question is, how do we open this mind flayer pod?
So Storm.
What was that, Toast?
What'd you say?
The only, and I'm sorry, I let go of my push to talk. So Storm, Sun, Cyclone, Snake. If you look at like our perspective of the room, it's Cyclone and Snake that are backwards. Can I do like an investigation to see? I think someone already tried, but is there any way to like swap the actual symbols, or is it just the
We haven't tried since we overloaded it, and now that there's no power flowing, we should be able to move the buttons around.
I know we can move the buttons, but I want to move.
You mean the actual
'cause,
symbols
like,
themselves?
I want to try and play with it almost as if it's like a slider puzzle or something. I don't know. To swap Cyclone and Snake,
Okay.
because at least from our perspective of the room, those are the ones that are backwards.
Yeah.
as well.
You don't even need an investigation. I think like you go up to the panel and you can see these are carvings, same as the
Okay.
the cells
It's all one
themselves.
piece.
It's all like a solid metallic piece. Give me an investigation though for the panel.
Okay.
Just in general. Yeah. I think that's good enough. Like it's pretty sufficiently obvious that like these lights are flashing in a clockwise manner. I think what you would gather is like if you're gonna turn the lights on, they should correlate to the symbol to like whatever the clockwise thing is. So storm cloud would be to the right, sun would be bottom, snake would be left, and
Okay, that was
second
my
one
next
top.
question.
Yeah.
All right, so then I'll do my best, and I'll put the gray one into this one and see what happens.
You hear kind of like an unlocking sound.
Good job. Okay, so that means the green one is next.
Yep, he'll just do it. He'll listen to Tinka, but he'll be the one that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing.
And then it should be the yellow one. And then the blue one.
Yeah. Nicely done. Yeah, you as soon as you get them all lit, the whole piece kind of stops. There was I expected this to take longer. The red lights at the top count down. So you would notice that they are no longer counting down. The other thing you notice is that there
I'm
is
back.
Oh, hey, welcome back. They solved the puzzle without you.
Wow, you mean they solved?
Not like your character would have helped anyway.
Whatever. I had solved the puzzle. I DM'd Bridget all the answers. That's what happened.
Okay.
No, he DM'd me something really rude.
No, I didn't say that. All right, I'm back. Sorry.
You're good. Yeah. So you hear like this sound of unlocking, almost like these latching sounds. The other thing is, the magic that's like swirling around inside the containment withers, and you eventually see where it seems to like flush back through into this blue kind of shielding. Timothy, you with Elentari still by your side, you kind of actually all of you begin to hear this like audible hum, this low resonant thrumming that's getting a little bit louder and louder from the blade. You also notice that the blade in the containment is kind of doing the same, just a slight vibration that you can hear. The cell otherwise is just glass now. There's nothing else kind of keeping it. You can look for anything, like any particular way to like open it, or you can break it. I mean, there's any number of ways to get in.
I'll explode it with my gun
You can just shoot it.
with an explosive round.
Okay.
And
Actually,
oh my god, are you actually doing that?
Okay. Well, if you guys stop me, I won't. But I mean, everybody was sitting there in silence.
Yes.
Somebody has to be the hero of the party.
Desmond pulls out. He starts to load
I'm
on
not
up.
gonna stop.
Timothy's gonna put his arm down and like try and like have Does it put his arms down. He's gonna take Elentari with like the hilt and just like smash the glass with it.
Okay. Give me just a strength roll. Like D20 plus your strength modifier.
I went through. Let me try manually.
This is gonna be how hard it cuts me in half after it ricochets off the glass.
Oof.
Yeah, you go to hit it and it's just not enough. It's like this. It's thick glass. It's dense glass because it's contained pretty raw, powerful magic. You go to hit it.
Well, then apologize to my sword for that little bump there. Be like, I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to do that.
Made a mistake. Even this is how you're supposed to be used. The other thing you notice is that raw saturation in the room kind of seems to have also dissipated. It's not as magically inclined as it was. Yeah. What do you want to do next?
I shoot it.
Okay, you take out.
Well,
an
I've tried
explosive
nothing, and I'm all out of ideas.
round.
Roll attack.
Yeah, I will say for this, definitely roll an attack. The DC is only 10 to hit it because you're going to be like close enough. It is an explosive round. How close is
Well,
everybody to this?
they're not explosive rounds per se. They just all of my shots have a
they
little
do
like
force.
5-foot radius.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just go by this.
Smart. They
They
are
all have
like
a 5-foot
concussive
radius.
blasts.
Yeah, Leon's still grudgingly involved in this. He's well removed. He's not liking this whole situation.
Yeah,
Tinka's using message to send one of us. One of us.
Awesome.
That's all you get
That's
back.
amazing. So you.
Oh, I think my thing's messed up. Do you know how you gave me the +1s now to my attack roll?
Mm-hmm.
When I click on my, I wonder if it fixes it here.
It's-
I might
it's-
I might have to add them
if
together.
you look at the bottom, it has the +1 added.
Yeah, but I'm supposed to have. I rolled an 18 there, and
Yeah.
that would only be +1 to my attack. Like I rolled a raw 18,
Right.
I think, didn't I? So I
Yeah,
have
it
like
says 19.
+7 to attack.
Oh. So it didn't take your
It's only
attack
the
bonus.
+1. Yeah, it
Gotcha.
Or
should
not?
be,
Yeah.
should
or
be
I don't know if-
proficiency plus dexterity, I'm guessing.
Or yeah, I don't think I have +7, but I have like I have like a I have a proficiency
Heavy
that didn't
plus
get counted
anyway.
now.
Okay, that's fine.
Let me
Well,
try rolling the other. I don't know if this is just damage or what. Hold on a second. Yeah, that's just damage. So I gotta fix that later.
Cool. Yeah, that's fine. I'll figure out if it's something that's going on with item itself. Do that after this. Cool. Yeah, I mean you fire off this concussive blast and you do hit it in such a way that like you feel the whole glass kind of like shake and shatter. Timothy, the blade in your hand, are you still holding Elantari? I should ask. Yeah. You feel it shudder as the glass breaks. But you do also then see this perfect connection to the blade within. It's open.
So is it a second sword or is it like a piece of his sword?
It's an axe.
So now he has a sword that's magical and an axe that's magical and they're people.
TBD. He hasn't
Parts
touched
of the
it.
same person.
Well, this is Bridget that's confused.
So the
Smithy's understanding is that it's parts of the same person
Yes.
that got shattered when fighting the Titan
so
millennia ago.
the original story, the lore is that one of the Titans, which you now recognize to be Rakdos, I don't know that we've talked about that before. It was Rakdos, caught the blade, caught Elantari in its full blade form. It is think Silver Surfer, but instead of surfing, it becomes
That's
a
from a
sword.
movie.
Yes, it was from a comic book, but
Well, I don't read those either,
it
but
basically
I will pretend.
a silverish celestial being that could transform into a sword that literally his body became a weapon, and was
So
fighting.
it's like a puzzle.
What do you mean it's like a puzzle?
Like a jigsaw puzzle. You got to put the pieces back together.
Sort of. Yeah, he was shattered, and then the shards were thrown into the astral sea, and as they were, some great power yet to be discovered transformed all of the individual shards into other weapons. The one that was tracked was the sword, which ended up in the hands of Toon's dead captain, the one that now Timothy has. The other ones are kind of spread out. You don't know exactly where they are. One's attached to the back of the scythe. It looks like part of the scythe. This is an axe. Looks like an axe.
Oh, the Titan scythe?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's sad.
Then it goes something like, if I remember the lore correctly, got split into 9 pieces. 7 were recovered, and I think like a few of them were tossed, and like one of them might have been kept or something.
Yep. And I think you would know now Rakdos kept one.
Right.
But yes, there is this.
Timothy's started approaching.
Yeah, this axe that is sitting loose. You get closer, you have this sense of relief and longing at the same time from Elantari in your hand. That the pain that you had felt in your head the whole time is not there anymore. You kind of feel some relief.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna reach out, grab the axe, and I don't know, maybe touch the two bits together and see if anything happens.
Touch the tips. Gingerly touch the tips.
Hell yeah, dude.
Space docking of God. Terrible
Do they moan?
there's a
Sometimes I zone out on
metallic-
accident for a couple seconds, and then when I come back in, I don't know what's
I
happening.
have regret. I should have saved the Mike's Hard Lemonade for when Jilly was here. I think we really would have hit it off.
So okay, for getting to the drama of it, Timothy, you feel this as you get closer, this irresistible pull from the axe towards Elantari. You step closer, and the intensity of the thrumming grows, and both your hand and the axe, you reach forward and grab the axe. And when you do, you feel a magnetism between the blades to the point that they do collide. And there is this brilliant flash of white light as soon as they touch. There's also like this powerful surge of energy that courses through the room. The instant that they touch, I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw. DC is 12. Himothy, you do not need to.
Damn.
Sorry, what kind of saving throw? Sorry.
Con save.
Ooh,
How do
Duzud
we do
gets
this
plus
since
4 to
saves
his.
don't work?
How to what?
I have a +1 to Constitution, so how would I roll this? Oh, just a 20 + 1?
Unless you have proficiency, like you should
I
have
do not.
proficiency in 2 saves. But if
Yeah,
con's
not
one
con.
of them,
Oh,
then
we're
it's just one.
good. It's a 20.
Yeah, you're golden.
I got a nat 20.
Dope.
Mine's a +6.
Dope.
I
So
got a 9.
okay. So does it roll for me a D4? James.
Wait, hang on. Does it get my +4 from like my aura protection?
He does.
I don't think that'll help. He rolled a 3.
Yeah, but
No,
he,
I got
he has
+6.
a 9 + 4 is still 13. Yeah, you pass. You pass.
Wait, what,
The DC's
do
12.
I just get +4, or do I have to roll a d4? for
No, no,
that?
no. It's an automatic +4, I think, from Himothy's shield.
Okay. Dope.
+1 from the shield, +3 from my
Okay.
aura of protection because he's
Perfect.
within 10 feet.
Dope.
Sick.
Love that. Yeah. So like, does it? You feel both from your closeness, like you think that if it wasn't Himothy that was the one who this was central to, and anybody else had possession of this, no aura, no shield, you feel like you would have been blinded for a few minutes. But because of the protection nature of this paladin, you feel the burst of white light like kind of come over your eyes, and then it takes a second, like you blink, but you can see. Everyone else, you succeed. You just see this bright light. You kind of like shield your eyes.
Tinka pulls her goggles down.
Perfect. So in that second, there's this brilliant light that stretches out through the room. There's the sound of thrumming kind of comes to a crescendo, and then abruptly the room falls silent from what these containment cells previously had been like kind of like humming in the space. The engines are still running, but everything else that was in here is now silent. The light fades, Himothy, your vision clears, and you find yourself still holding Elantari, but something about it has changed. The sword feels different, more complete, more powerful. The blade glows with like this inner light, and the runes that are etched along it kind of pulse with a soft energy, soft glow. And you get this wave of emotions that washes over you as the blade kind of like impresses its current feelings, this comfort and happiness, and a hint of like a sense of being whole, though weak. You're still attuned to the blade.
More whole than before.
Correct, yeah, more whole. You're still attuned to the blade, though something's different, and you can feel that Elantari's weakened piece, this axe blade, has been drained, like quite terribly drained. You get a little bit of an understanding in those moments of what happened inside the cell. And I think like having seen now how the engine room works and having these discussions about how this is like aftermarket, you get a feeling that they were using Elantari to create this rapid speed that they had. That the ship is fast on its own, but like that burst of speed that allowed them to travel vast distances, even though it can be done only every few days. It's probably because they drained so much power from the shard that it had to recover, or else might, in essence, die. Right, drain too much of its power.
Right.
You otherwise don't really know exactly what the blade does. You'll need to like sit down and reattune to it to like understand like the full effects of what's happened. But that siphoned life force that has come off of it, you now start to feel like some of the energy returning, and it might take a day or better to fully recover, but at least you have that no longer the sense of imprisonment. It's more freedom. Mechanically, the current effects of the blade stay as they are until you reattune. And after you have some downtime, I will send you the updated version of Elantari, the version 2.
Sounds good. Well, yeah, I obviously don't have time to do that now. So at this point,
Yeah.
Timothy's just gonna, like run his hand along the edge of the blade, or not the edge of the blade, but just like the flat part, and be like, you know what, bud, we're getting there. I got you. We're gonna get you back together.
Yeah, and you have it's hard to fully understand and comprehend emotions, but like the closest that you can probably like surmise is a thanks. It doesn't take long until you hear Anna like kind of scramble in the door, and she's like, "Someone's coming." Do you guys want to do
I'm not really sure what we can do.
anything? Yeah.
Back to natural. Can
Pretend
we
we're supposed to be here.
scramble? Can we like run out of here?
You could try. Yeah, I mean, it's
Okay,
up to you what you guys want to do.
I'm gonna try to skedaddle and get out of here.
Okay.
That's what the lookout's for. We're supposed to have enough time to get away, is what I'm imagining. So I'm just I'll dash action to
Love it.
kind of get out of
Yeah,
this
so
area.
you start sprinting. Yeah. You as soon as you get to the door, you hear steps, you don't see anyone, and there are kind of like hallways that merge from a couple different areas. So like right now you're in the clear as far as you can tell. So if you just like dash past, you're more than welcome to do whatever you want to. I'll get that from the collective. Are we just trying to run?
I'm sorry, I just came back. We were made. That's what's happened
cool
here.
with
No.
We're
Anna,
about to
Anna
be.
said there's someone coming. That's all.
Oh,
So we're trying to skedaddle. At least that's what two of us want.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
on board to do
we're
that
just
too.
Taking the dog
That's what
out.
three of us want.
Yeah, I think pretty much everybody at this point, and you notice Sylvan's already like she's in her invisible form, kind of darting. Yeah, make for me a stealth check. It's just gonna be a straight roll.
Oof.
And
bad
the group needs to pass. It's not like a
Hey, good
Okay,
thing
what
I
are we
got
roll-
new armor.
stealth.
Okay.
Roll 2 of them.
20 and 13. And 13.
I rolled a nat 1. Damn it. Yeah, you guys dart through the hallway and you hear a voice. And actually, as you are darting past this one corridor, you see a little gnome, but he's looking backwards and like talking to some other folks that are walking with him, and they all seem to be like distracted and not looking forward. But you do get this little picture of who Cog's Rivet Flash is.
I want to go talk to him so bad.
and he is
We need to collect him.
he's grumpy as hell. He's like, what in tarnation have I don't even know. This is insane. We seem to lurch just a little bit, and there's all the big flash and lad. Some bitch, come on, we need to go. And then they all start like darting.
Are we
down
out?
the
Are we out of
stairs. Yeah,
eyeshot?
you guys have like cleared this from.
Did we hear that?
Yeah, you absolutely heard it.
Tinka's gonna use message and in Gnomish to say, just repeat what he said, and then just go silent.
What the hell? Somebody's here. Somebody's here. Everybody look. Look, scout out. Go. And you hear people scrambling, like speedy, kind of coming towards you. I need everyone to make another stealth check, and I'm going to roll again.
Sick.
Oop.
We might have to retcon that because I have to go.
So you just came back to make us roll another stealth check, and you're like, see
Well,
ya.
I tried really hard to get my shift covered because I didn't mean to pick up more work. I meant to pick up work tomorrow, and I accidentally picked up work today.
Well,
So I tried to get
Chaos
it covered, and I
Gremlin.
didn't have any.
You're fine. Yeah. So you do see as you guys are sprinting off, someone turn the corner, and you guys have kind of like progressed pretty far down the hallway, and are able to kind of like duck out of the way. But you do hear someone say, they're there, and then kind of like take off down the hallway from behind you. Everyone, just one more round of stealth. We'll see if you're able to get away or if they catch up.
Oh man.
I rolled another one. Yeah, you guys duck down a hallway, find the stairs, duck back up the stairs, and like pretty quickly you hear this dinging like chime, and from one of the rooms you hear somebody say grub time, and then like you guys kind of like disappear into a crowd of people who are like coming from their rooms to start heading towards the mess for food. And then
Nice.
you see behind you, someone does come up. They start looking around. They look confused, and then
We're in the
walk
clear.
in.
Tink is gonna do it again and say better luck next time. And no,
You don't gather that they have received it. They might not be within range.
Does Timothy realize that Tinka's doing this or no?
no.
Are you trying to do this quietly, Tinka? Because for message, you have to speak.
Oh yeah, he absolutely heard it.
Okay. Then yes.
But it's in Gnomish, so we wouldn't know what
Yeah,
she's saying.
you just know that she's
Right, that's
speaking in
fair.
Gnomish. Yeah, you
Well,
don't.
Timothy knows
they know
Gnomish,
it's no-
so
Oh, then you're good.
Oh.
Then you're good.
Yes, then
Damn.
Timothy would know.
Why do you know Gnomish? Why haven't you told me this before now? We could have had
Yes,
so many
Timothy's
adventures.
Timothy's just gonna tell Tinka in Gnomish, stop.
Tinka's gonna repeat everything I just said in Gnomish.
We could have had adventures. I don't know that I sound like Bridget.
And then she's gonna switch to Draconic and say to Viz, he knew Gnomish this whole time. We could have had secret conversations. He didn't even tell me.
Never asked.
Who asked?
Why would I assume? You're a humanish guy, right?
Well, you can't say that.
Half elf.
Yeah, why would you know Gnomish?
Because the town I grew up in has this like kind of like trading background-ish, and they traded with like dwarves and gnomes, and I picked up the language.
Oh gosh, so he knows Scuttlenacht, he knows gnomes. We're gonna be like have a intertwining backstory somehow.
Uh-huh. There's
Um,
the setup.
We could have got to this like 20 episodes earlier if you had just told her. Okay, well, I guess I have to go. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're fine.
If I get a miracle, I'll be back.
Sounds
Bye.
good. Bye. Cool.
Boys
So-
in the house, everybody.
It's
It's the
the
boys
boys.
club. Hell yeah. Finally, now we can kick back and have some fun. I'm
The
hyped now.
boys.
Cool. So you guys, yeah, you hear this kind of like chime, and actually it's not long before you see Grimmer, the dwarf, come to you. Like he comes up behind you and he's like, yeah, let's go get some grub. You guys probably won't enjoy it, but it's food and it's free. And he kind of like
That's my favorite kind of food.
he goes, mine too.
Yeah, I'm down to get grub.
Cool.
I'll follow him.
You guys like start passing some of the portholes on the ship. It's getting close to evening now, but like throughout the day you've noticed that it's gotten darker as the ship has flown further south. Something I think, Tide, you would know is like this far south, especially during this time of the year, the days do get long, or do get short, the nights get long. The concept of like polar night is a thing. and so like it may be 24 hours or a few days sometimes in complete darkness as you head further south. Tide, give me a perception check, if you will, as you pass one of these windows. Toast. Toast.
It might be AFK. Do you want me to do it?
Sure. Yeah, I mean,
Hello-
you.
hello?
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, my headset cut out.
Oh, you're fine. Roll for me a
Yes.
perception check.
Yeah.
Perfect. Does it? You can too. I mean, you know sailing, so it makes sense. I don't know that you know this perspective, but you definitely know sailing.
Didn't do too good.
Yeah, not as good. Tide, with as dark as it is, and you kind of see where you guys have gone out over the ocean. You're clearly past where Luz was, heading towards where you think the south coast of Talus would be. You kind of glance out and you get this good positioning of where the stars are, and you think that like the speed at which you guys are going, it won't be but probably a few hours before you get to a point where you probably need to start thinking, get off the ship. TBD where you want that to be, but something to be thinking about.
Okay.
Yeah, so you guys head up to the mess. The food is okay. It's very average. Mostly bread and cheese, some like turnip stew. It's a bit bland, but it's hearty enough, and it is indeed free. The loot goblins are set up, and they're still kind of like hanging out in one of the corners, but they're not playing quite as vibrantly as they were before. They strum a couple different tunes, and you see them like kind of cycle through one by one to like go get food, and you know one of them takes up an instrument and will play just like with a couple others while the others eat. But it sounds like they've, for the most part, just been playing all day, and it's kind of like okay backing music, like ambient music, while you see the wardens and the stewards kind of like cycling through to eat, and they leave. No one's really like hanging out. This is not like a particularly social event so much as it is like you can see just like rapidly feeding a bunch of people all at once. You notice a few people looking towards you and like whispering amongst one another. You can make for me a perception check if anyone is interested in learning what's going on.
Oh.
Oh yeah, Tide, you hear it. You hear it blatantly.
I know all.
You do all. You hear one of them say, "Aren't those the ones that let loose the Titans? Can we trust
Who's
them?"
telling us? Who fibbed?
He will silently, well, I guess very quietly, point it out to those who may not have understood what's going on.
It looks like just a random group of wardens and steward folk. These are not crew. These are people who are actually like more militant. They are
Like
kind
officers or
yeah, you're infantry folk. Not necessarily officers, but infantry folk. And but they're definitely whispering. Like it seems like news of who you are is starting to spread. Most folks kind of just knew that they were there to pick up Faline, and now y'all are getting an idea of who all they have aboard their ship.
Is Leon aware of who said this and that they said it? I had a really low perception, so.
I mean, if Tide pointed it out, then yes.
Yeah, I specifically pointed it out.
Okay,
so-
Leon's gonna look over at him. He's gonna use thaumaturgy to make his like eyes glow white. And he's gonna say, and we're gonna kill them too.
Make for me an intimidation check. At advantage. You don't need it. You see, as soon as your eyes glow white, The one who was talking kind of like falls back out of the seat. It's like a bench, and they like actually fall back enough to fall out of the bench. You see like a terror in their eyes, and then let's see how this other one does.
Boys in the house.
Yeah, you see the one to his right, like crack a smirk, and he goes, "This is why we don't judge people, bitch."
I know. I feel
And
really
then
upset
Leon will
about
go
this
back
too.
to ignoring them and keep walking along.
Because if you guys recall, Duzu didn't even. Wasn't it Silwyn who like straight up just let out the the Titan, and
Yeah.
then like Duzu, I tried to seal the Titan. I got 1/16 of the way there by shooting
You did.
the hieroglyphics.
Is that something that you would have told the High Warden about, or is that something you've just kind of kept to yourself?
Honestly, I don't think I had the opportunity to tell him about that.
Cool.
If I'm being honest. Yeah, I guess that's something we'll have to investigate. It would just seem like a weird thing to bring up, I guess, randomly. I mean, if I get accused of releasing the Titans, I might defend myself with that. But yeah, as far as like all of our conversations, he rarely let us speak. You know, he was like
Right.
silencing people, and I was definitely like keeping quiet for all that stuff. I wasn't trying to draw a lot of attention to myself, especially with the shenanigans I was trying to pull by leaving messages for the other captain.
Yeah. Cool. But yeah, you guys have a little bit of free time, a little bit of downtime here to have some snackage. You do see probably Anna and Silwyn talking amongst themselves about like that was too close. I think Anna would probably be the one to be like, that was a little bit reckless. What are they gonna do if they like find out?
Well, the good thing is there's no axe for them to find.
No more axe to grind. Hell.
Yeah, we should cross that bridge when we get to it. I think we'll be okay. We're a bunch of sneaky,
Snakes?
you know, sneaks.
Sneaky.
I mean, look,
Leon's-
I hate taking advantage of this situation, but we say, look, Faline failed them. Maybe she was working against them a little bit. You know, whatever ends up being the case with that, we can always argue, look, maybe there's some dissension in their ranks. Maybe it was somebody else.
Yeah, also with that thing that Tinka said about them being them not like actually owning this airship, and then like Tinka had contacts she could get in touch with if things go south. I think that kind of I'm playing around with that idea in the back of my head because you know if we have to make like a break or if there's a fallout between these people, that could be our plan B.
Leon shakes his head and he's just like, you guys are just justifying thievery to yourselves. That's all that this was. I'm ashamed.
I've never
Leon,
justified.
do you see how that axe flew into my sword? Did you see that?
Doesn't change the fact of how you obtained it. And Leon's gonna go. No, he's gonna walk away. He's gonna find somewhere to meditate.
But before
Time to
you can do
brood.
that, Viz is with you, and he hears what you're saying, and you see like a pensive look in his face, and he goes, Leon, do you remember when we met?
Of course.
Where was it?
In the cave.
Right? Was I not imprisoned?
Yeah.
This is another person who has been imprisoned, as I understand it. No? Or perhaps a part of a person.
Hmm. Leon's gonna look real. He's gonna look unsure of himself. That's when you put it that way, Viz, that's actually really. And let me think about this for a moment. And Leon's gonna go off to sort of like I say, it's sort of like meditate and think about this whole situation.
Yeah, he doesn't stop you. He looks back at Himothy specifically, and he goes, I understand this is going to be difficult to try and find all of the pieces, but if this is truly a being, it is not just a noble task, but if it is truly some sort of celestial, we are learning more just how important they are in the grand scheme of things. It is noble.
And again, I saw Elantari fighting Raxos or Rakdos. I definitely think, Elantari is on our side, and whatever that we can do to stop these Titans, I think we have to take those steps. We know about 3 of the pieces. It might be near impossible to find them. I mean, they were floating in the astral sea for who knows how long. But the more that we're able to do, I think, the better.
3 is a good start. I don't think there's anything else to try and... Rather, there's no more noble task than trying to save people. Simple as that. Having been imprisoned myself, having witnessed the terrible atrocities of Morrigan and the Blood Mages, I don't like when people have to die. I don't like when people have been imprisoned. I can't say that I will always make the most legal of choices when it's for the greater good. He kind of like hunkers down a little bit and whispers. And he says, I do not think the High Warden is also entirely wrong, but there is something dark about him that we do not yet know. Good intentions or not.
Yeah, Ignara said not to trust him. I think he has good intentions, but I don't know what to make of the situation yet. I haven't gotten a good read on him. At least for now, we're fighting the same enemy, but I definitely think maybe their methods aren't the best of doing it. I know Leon was critical of the methods we just took. At the same time, I know I made a promise to Elantari, and I need to uphold my promises.
Nothing is ever a black and white. There are always gray areas. We have to just decide which ones are the most noble, what sides we are willing to take. I think we're on a good path. Hope Leon sees this. He goes back to eating his stew.
Well, at the same time, before he does that, I'll be like, well, whatever it takes, we know that we got to get you better as well. And, that's a promise that we made to you. So we're going to do our best to uphold that.
He, knowing Tinka is also, within earshot, he leans over to you and he says, and but one life. If it requires my death to save many, though, I'm willing to make that sacrifice. Though it will be hard.
Well, we hope it doesn't come to that, but if it does, at the very least, I appreciate that you're willing to do that. I don't ask you to do it, but if it's something that you're willing to do, and I'm in the same boat. I would lay down my life for this group of people who've become my friends over however long we've been adventuring together.
That would be my hope for everyone in this group. I do not think all are there at the moment, but I would hope everyone would come to the realization that we are but one in a vast many of all of life who matter. It is important that our choices lead us down a path where many can live. It's very honorable of you, Timothy.
Well, I think it's chow time, so let's go eat.
Yes. Yeah, he goes back to just like slamming some turnip stew, and then like as he does, you hear him go like, ugh. Does not like it. Anybody got anything you want to do in this little moment of respite? It's enough to take a short break if anyone needs it. A short rest, I should say.
I mean, Timothy is definitely gonna, try and quickly finish his meal and go back and just spend some time with Elentari.
Yeah, cool.
I'll take a short rest to use like a hit die to go back to full HP.
Love it.
I don't think I get much on a short rest. So.
Sweet. Some time passes, not too terribly long, but you do see a group of wardens and stewards who kind of like scramble through the ship. They seem to be searching for something.
I wonder what they could be searching for.
What do you guys do? I mean, you just like not draw attention to yourself.
Yeah, I was thinking if there's like two options I could do. I could either like try to be a distraction, or I could try to not draw attention. I think not drawing attention is the safer bet for the moment.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe
if Timothy's out in public, he's keeping Elentari like sheathed right now. Like he's keeping that sword like to himself.
Yeah, I think, and that would be something that I think, especially since when you first started talking to Ignara, she lit up about. It would make sense that there might be other people who know what it is. Hard to say who that would be, but definitely a good idea. Another few moments pass as like these groups kind of like are scrambling around. You see a couple different groups here and there, and then eventually the High Warden comes down into the mess area. They have quick little conversations on the side. You can roll me perception if you want to try and hear it, or glean what's general disposition. Give me an insight.
You said insight?
Yeah, you can get like if you're trying to listen in, you can do perception. If you're trying to just like get a feel for what's going on, like what their disposition is, insight.
Oh, okay. I'll do listen. I'll listen.
Does it great? It's a great roll. You hear them say, the Vice Warden's returning soon. Perhaps she can shed some light. I know she has ways of discerning more information than what we have now. Best we wait for her to return.
That doesn't sound good. Do any of us in the party have any type of concealment magic, or that seems like a very specialized thing?
Yes, I think Tinka has a couple things. Let me pull up her sheet real quick. She would be the one who would have anything. She has disguise self, which she can do for herself. That's it. That's pretty much
Okay.
it.
Yeah, I was hoping there might be something that could like hide an object or make an object appear as like non-magical or something.
You mean for the sword?
Yeah.
You guys have the rucksack, which can contain stuff, right? It would be like easy to put the sword in there, perhaps.
That might be a good idea. I'll let the group know that they're obviously looking for something, and that they have somebody who specializes in finding stuff returning shortly. So do with that what you will, I suppose.
Timothy's just gonna go, nuh-uh, I need this sword. This is my weapon. I need this. I can't give this up. Look, they're not going to be able to find the axe. It merged with the sword. The sword. Do I notice it look different or the same or?
You noticed that the runes were glowing on it in a slightly different pattern, and
Why does it looks the same?
looks pretty closely the same. Leon, give me an Arcana check. See if there's something that comes to mind about this.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's a great roll.
Dirty 20.
You know of a type of magic that can locate objects. It's actually not terribly hard to learn. The question is whether or not Elantari would pick up on it. So if they're looking specifically for the axe, you might be safe. If they're looking for like something that has the same magical energy, you might not be.
Yeah, Leon will just kind of be like, yeah, I don't know, if they're looking for like the thing, like, he'll pass that along, I guess. But he's just gonna be kind of flippant. He's like, do of this with the information what you will. I still don't like this whole situation. What you've done, you reap the consequences of your actions here.
Look, I came on board with this sword. I don't think that there's anyone gonna. If they say, oh, it gives the same signature, then it's because the same signature is part of the same being that's already been in the sword since I got on this ship. I'll handle it. If it comes to it.
I don't
think it will.
disagree with what you did. It was the methods by which you achieved it. The ends do not always justify the means.
We'll talk about this later, Leon. Like right now is the time to do this.
Yeah, sitting amongst a group of other people. Are you trying to do this quietly? Are you having this conversation quietly, or is it just open?
Like kind of on like the down low, like enough that like if the party's sitting together that like the party can hear it, but not enough that like I'm trying to keep it from groups that are surrounding us otherwise.
Give me a stealth check. I think it's probably the closest way to do this, to see how loudly you're talking. Yeah, beat my 12. Yeah, you guys are good. Yeah, no one seems to pick it up.
Whisper check.
Yeah, whisper check. Yeah, it you guys are able to like successfully like talk under your breath enough that like it doesn't really draw attention. It just looks like you're having a pretty intimate conversation between you. After a few moments, the High Warden starts to make their way to your table, and they look at you specifically, Tide, and says, "Where exactly do you want to be dropped off? We're expecting to approach the final port in the south by morning, but we can take you further along the coast of Talus if that's something you desire. You can even find a locale somewhere on thick ice, perhaps, to put down, though probably a little bit more dangerous for your part, trying to reboard. It's also, we've had some," he kind of pauses, or they kind of pause and say, "We've had some changes to our route and our travel, so we will need to make this hastily happen, so that we can venture further. So perhaps if you can sail from a sooner port or a closer port, that would be more ideal."
Can you drop the map for me?
I can.
Also, I think I just messed something up in the art section.
In the art section?
Or the whatever. I accidentally put the whole sessions folder by our characters. I was desperately clicking through trying to find the map.
Oh, you're fine.
And my push to talk activated, and I clicked down on it and clicked and dragged it in. Okay, so
you guys are like here.
Yeah, okay. And the ship's in the bottle, right?
Chips in the bottle, yeah.
So yeah, and any sort of land that you said like an iceberg, I guess.
Yeah, so you really have a couple options, right? There's Nightfall Narrows, the last port that you were gonna go to. It was gonna take a couple weeks to get there, but otherwise, like you guys have basically cut it off by all but a day. It's only taken like 24 hours to kind of probably get where you're going. That's the last official port that exists on the southern coast of Talus, and that's down here. You could also just kind of venture anywhere further south to try and find some icier areas, or they could take you along the coast.
Where's the final point we're supposed to get to? Could we like drop an X down
Right
on
here.
this to see? Okay.
Yeah, the final port.
Yeah, the final port's here, and then we're trying to get here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if we were gonna go to the port anyway, then I don't see a problem going to the port.
Cool.
So he'll say that. Like, yeah, we'll take a ride to the port. If you guys will be so kind. If you guys were going there anyway.
Of course. Not exactly where we're headed, but probably the best option to have you depart. Not an issue. We'll head there promptly. Should be there by morning.
Okay.
Hey, that's exactly where I wanted it.
Is there any way I could have a guesstimate on where was? Okay, so can you mark on the map where they picked us up from? Do you know where that's at?
Yeah, so they picked you guys up right here in Manway Bay.
Okay.
That's where they got the new ship and the crew. Then you guys sailed here, and here, and that's where you got the airship. And now you've circumvented this entire trek heading down here.
Okay, cool. That's what I wanted to know. Like between here and here, is there any way I could guesstimate how close? If Captain Nixie went full throttle after she saw the airship leaving, is there any way I can guess where she would be about?
Something
Based
you
on like
yeah.
speed.
What you know about her is like with fair winds and the fact that she has some unique magical items like artifacts that can help her move faster. If she specifically leaves the rest of the convoy behind, she can move fast, pretty fast. Not quite as fast as an airship, but she can move fast. So she'd probably be like 2 days behind you guys, but that would be contingent on whether or not she left Dragon and Svak. If she kept them and they decided to all travel on their convoy, they're weeks behind you, but it's hard to say.
All right, cool. Well, that's good. That's like a win-win because I mean, if she left her other backup, then that's a more favorable situation for us than if she were to bring the whole team. And if she didn't, then we have more time. So
Plenty of time, yeah. If she didn't, they'd barely be like here-ish, like just outside.
okay,
of the bay.
cool. That works for me.
Cool. Yeah, they say Nightfall Narrows. We will set course and head there promptly. Like I said, expect by morning. Don't hesitate. Don't take time to linger. When you get the call from us to depart, it's time to depart. Take care of what you need to now. You're welcome to get a couple hours of sleep. Otherwise, but we will let you know when we're ready.
Nice. Well, I guess I'll gather up with the Reavers to take a short rest and kind of discuss some things.
Yeah.
Before and like kind of let them in on the plan to know we need to start getting stuff ready for getting the ship ready when we land.
For sure. Yeah, and you probably see them come up, like the folks who have stayed out, they probably come up into the mess area with you, so you're able to, like, if you wanted to, kind of go to another table and have those conversations, or there's also, like, a designated rooming area you guys can go to in the bottom of the ship. That's up to you.
Okay. We'll probably go to the bottom of the ship for right now. We'll probably stay there till we're ready to depart.
Cool. Sounds good. For everyone else, the mess is situated in such a way that you can see Ignara's workshop and the closed door that she showed you earlier. After probably 45 minutes or so, for if you guys are just like hanging out, after the High Warden leaves, for you guys it is a little bit more leisurely than it is for those who are more militant and doing their jobs. Um, you see a flash from behind the door, and after a few moments, out steps this average height female, kind of elf-like woman dressed in similar browns and greens as the rest of the enclave. She has this forest green cape dress that kind of drapes down her back, or cape that drapes down her back, and some earthen-shaped armor, similar to what you saw for like the helmet at Ignara's, that was made of an acorn, like a large acorn. This is like made out of like plated bark, and fashioned wood. She has long gray, almost silver hair, and it's adorned with leaves, and she has like these piercing green eyes. And you see she looks down at her wrist as soon as she like steps out before reaching for a silver pendant around her neck. Similar pendant to what you've seen, what Phaline had, and actually now what Leon has, which is the Enclave sending pendant. And you see her hold it to her mouth and whisper something, and then places a pair of goggles over her eyes and seems to like head towards the upper deck. Grimmer, who's still with you, looks up and he's like, "Great, she's back. Maybe she'll know what to do." And then goes back to like just chomping down on some cheese.
Who was that?
That's the Vice Warden.
Oh, okay. Well, and what's she gonna know how to do? What's going on?
But before I met back up with you guys, it seems like we had an issue in the engine room. Things are I don't know exactly what's going on. It seems like we're maybe not moving as fast as we were. Something that some of the other higher up folks are trying to figure out.
Oh, geez, that's terrible. Well, we're pretty handy. If you need us to take a look at things, let the people who know. We might be able to help out.
It's hard to say. Like I said, I don't know a whole lot about the whole situation. I could definitely pass that message along. Make for me a deception check. I'm gonna roll it at disadvantage for him. Yeah, you're good. None the wiser. Yeah.
Okay, and then Leon's gonna look over at Timothy and mouth like, you owe me one.
I was gonna say, with Timothy's low perception, does he even notice?
If it's a mouth, make for me a stealth check, Leon. If it's below a 10, then yeah, he notices it. Yeah, and you do notice it. Because I think that's what your passive is, right? 10.
Yeah, my passive is a 10.
Other people also notice it, but they're like, whatever that means. Timothy, make for me a history check at advantage. 22. Damn. Your history is all right. All right. Let me first. I think I already have this in here. This is who you saw. The Vice Warden. Timothy, she's much older now. Quite a bit more than when you last saw her. Yet you can still make out some features that you remember from your childhood. She has same soft jaw and kind eyes that now seem a little bit filled with sorrow, and maybe a little bit of disdain. But those eyes, you'll never forget those eyes. These piercing green for a half elf. They remind you a lot of your brother Calamir's.
Right.
This is Yelona, and she was a handmaiden to your father's wife, Gwydion. She was always kind to you and looking after you and protecting you and kind of keeping you from your stepmother's wrath on more than one occasion. stepmother, if that's the right term, technically. Your father's wife.
Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah,
Um,
kind of step there.
yeah, stepmother adjacent at the very least. Um, but as you notice her, you think back and you remember how poorly she was treated. Gwythian was not a kind woman, even when your father was alive.
You're the bitch.
She was the worst. And even though Yelena was a little bit older than you, she was still kind of a young girl herself when she went into service for Gwythian. And you remember the day she left. You had taken your brother to the training grounds to teach Cal some basic fighting stances, and it was a cherished moment between the two of you. This rare moment between brothers that was away from your stepmother's watchful eye. She was a little too protective of Cal. Remember that morning, the air was crisp, and you remember the sound of wooden practice swords clashing as you went to teach your little brother how to fight. You remember his laughter ringing out as he tried to mimic your movements. And it was one of those times where you both, and you know this from just the few times that it happened, but you remember just how free you both felt in those times, away from the palace, away from basically everybody. It was just the two of you. But that day, during your practice, you dodged a wild swing from your brother, and in response, it was just reactionary for you. You knocked his sword, the wooden sword, just in such a way that he became unbalanced, and he tripped, and he fell, and he scraped his knee pretty badly on the rough ground. His breeches were torn, and you could see that the wound was bleeding more than you would expect. Like, this is quite a bad fall. And you remember seeing Calamir's eyes fill with tears, and you ran to help him, and you picked him up and hugged him to comfort him. And in your mind, the only thing you could think of was what would happen if Gwythian saw the injury and knew it was you that let it happen, let alone been at fault by knocking him off balance. Her reaction would have been severe. It wouldn't have been the first time she had dealt with you harshly, but standing there comforting him, you look up and you remember seeing Ilona. She had been carrying a basket back up to the palace when she stopped to watch you and your brother train. You knew as much as she did it was a time of play as much as it was training for you younger boys, but this day had gotten a little too rough, and on her face was a mix of concern but also determination. She quickly came over and went to work cleaning and bandaging Cal's knee, calming him down, and further using just soft, quiet words to soothe him. And then she looked at you, Himothy, and she says, "Don't worry. I know how harsh your stepmother is. I'll take the blame. I'll say that I was watching him and he fell, and it'll be fine." Knowing that the consequences for her should be less severe than it would be for you. And she cared for you like that.
At the time, they would have been like, "Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that."
Yeah, absolutely. She cared for both you and Cal like that, almost like you were siblings of hers, even though she wasn't related to you. Like, you kind of had grown up together over the few years that she was in service to your stepmother. And your father was always quite kind.
I mean, Himothy was
Yeah.
And I mean, Himothy was an outsider himself to a bit, so like he would
Exactly.
definitely be bonding more with like the service than with like his family itself.
Absolutely. And she was a half.
That's why those rare moments with Cal were so treasured, right?
Right. Exactly. And so like there was that connection between the two of you both being a little bit of an outsider, like you're insider and outsider, right? You're part of the city, you're part of the culture, but you're not the pure blood wood elves and high elves that typically live inside the city. So yeah, it would make sense that you would be close. You remember heading back to the palace and kind of going about your day. You know, Cal went back to his studies, and you went back to just your regular daily duties as bastard son of the king, or of the Lord. And night falls, and eventually you end up in the hall, the great hall, having dinner, and Gwaithian comes storming in, this bloody bandage and torn trousers in her hands, and you could see the fury on her face immediately, and she goes, "Who allowed this to happen?" She demanded, just like this dangerous, almost whisper, but like commanding, and no one spoke. Like you stepped back, you remember that Yelena said she was going to take care of it, and then after a moment, she did. And Yelena steps up and she goes, "It was my fault, my lady. I took Calamir to the training grounds and didn't supervise them properly." And Gwaithian's eyes blazed with this intense anger, and she slaps her. And she says, "You insolent girl. You let him get hurt under your watch?" And you can see like the force of the blow that hit Ilona was so much that it knocked her to the ground, and when she looked up, she had blood trickling from her lip. Gwaithian hissed, "You will learn your place, and you will not forget it." And then she like turned around and stormed out of the room, grabbing Cal by the arm and pulling him out. And that's when you remember like the next few series of events, they seem to transpire pretty fastly. It was later that night. You found her packing her belongings, and her face very quickly bruised, and her movements were slow. She was very clearly in pain. She says, "Timothy, I have to go. She'll never stop punishing me for not just protecting you, but just anything. If I stay, it'll only get worse. And I'm sorry to leave this burden on you. That's not fair to you, but also, if she's going to attack like this, I'm not sure I'll survive. I'm not family."
Oh, you've done more than enough. I appreciate everything that you've done for now. If there's anything that I can do for you on the way out, like please, like let me know. Like I'm happy to help, and I owe you for everything that you've done, tonight and today so far.
Timothy, you've been so kind to me, and your father was so kind to me. Now that he's gone, the only thing I can ask is find a way not to have her send for me. Just let me go. I don't know that's in your control.
Yeah,
but
I'll do what I can.
Thank you. She finishes packing her bags and heads out of the door. You remember helping her gather like the last bit of her things, and gave her a tearful hug, and she slipped away into the night. That was the last time you saw her.
She's here.
She is. You watched her just put these goggles on her head, and she's the Vice Warden. She walked to the upper deck, so you watched her pass. She didn't seem to notice you. Just very dutifully walked forward. On the top deck now.
I guess Timothy's gonna follow her out and see if she's still there or if she's gone by the time he gets there.
Yeah, you head to the top deck. Make for me a perception check. Yeah, you don't see her. It might have just been too slow getting to the top deck. You would expect at least to be able to see her if she were somewhere in the fore area of the deck, but perhaps she went up top. She's not immediately visible.
I think Timothy's gonna spend another minute looking around and not seeing her, probably head back down.
Okay. Yeah. just a few moments above deck. You guys are moving fast. While you're up here, you get a good understanding why she probably was wearing goggles. The wind is like whipping, and it's cold. It's very cold in this atmospheric high above in the middle of winter, and this far south, it's quite cold. Quite a bit colder than you were probably expecting. So yeah, you can't stand out too long before you need to drop back under deck.
Probably even the wind whipping around. It's like I couldn't see, like I couldn't keep my eyes open enough to even see her, even if she was there. So
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. The rest of the night is yours. I give it to you if you guys have anything else you want to do.
Timothy is definitely going to spend some time with Elantari.
Cool. Yeah. So
I'll take some time to mess with my potions kit.
love it. Cool. Yeah. So you guys are able to kind of like head down to the lower bunks. There is a series of bunks where basically everybody you all can kind of collectively stay together. Grimmer had shown you around and told you that basically the people who lived here or had been staying here had been kicked out, so they would have like you guys would all be able to be in like the singular space together. But yeah, it's not super comfortable bunks, but they are bunks. You'll be able to have a good night's sleep, you expect. It's probably getting a little bit later into the evening after dinner. A couple hours pass, and yeah, you guys can. Anything else you guys want to do? Feel free.
I don't want to speak for Bridget, but I would imagine that Tinka would probably want to go and have a conversation with Cogs. But I don't want to. I don't want to force that with Bridget not being here.
Yeah, I also don't know what Tinka would
But-
say. Yeah, we can say, and I can take it offline with her, and say,
Yeah.
if she goes in search of Cogs, and we'll probably say when she comes back, she's a little frustrated, and I will railroad her into being frustrated at the end of that conversation. I think the rest of the night, the Reavers, they're kind of busily preparing for what the expectation is going to be when you guys disembark. There are I think Viz probably is like taking it calmly and not drawing a lot of attention to himself, especially on this ship. And so he goes to the room and just kind of stays there as well. I don't know that there's necessarily anybody else who... Brynwyn probably with you as well. But yeah, for the most part, your entire crew ends up in the same space, ready to call it a night.
It's bedtime.
It is bedtime. Timothy, you spend a little bit of time with Elantari. And it takes about an hour to really get a good grasp of this reattunement. You gather that there are a few changes. First and foremost, that the beyond the emotions, maybe the sentience is a little bit more heightened. Like, you can ask yes, no kind of questions. You seem to hear that voice in your head as you're sitting there attuning. Eventually, what are the thoughts that you would have as you're spending time?
I mean, in particular, I think Timothy's sitting there thinking about his oath. The one that he took in the dream, and knelt down in front of like the skeleton. Just thinking over, everything that, he's sworn to do, thinking about, his past family, thinking about, now that he's seen Alona, like the treatment of her that she had to, endure while serving the family. Thinking about, kind of his duty going forward. Some of the visions he's seen where he's supposed to lead the wardens into battle and thinking about, okay, how do I best do that going forward? And then thinking about his mother and what about her? Who is she? What part, would she have played? And, what's the importance there?
Yeah.
And just, this series of thoughts just going through his mind as he's, sitting there spending time with the sword, after everything that just happened earlier in the day.
Yeah, would you check on the emotion of the sword?
Of course.
What would that look like?
In what way? Sorry.
Just you had experienced, like, you almost firsthand had experienced this pain. To have that resolved, like, what would your emotions be in communing with it at this point?
Probably just like a lot of reflection, but I think ultimately just hope, and hope that that we're going down the right path, and that we're doing that, everything that we need to do in order to stop this overwhelming threat of the Titans, and just everything else.
Yeah, you exhibit this hope. Like you ponder these moments of are we doing the right thing? Are we on the right track? Are we even going to be able to help? And that's the first time you do hear Elantari's voice, and you hear yes. And then you feel that sense of hope back, like it's being reflected back from the sword. Mechanically, you gain this new ability called Blade of Warning. And Elantari's new state, this ability to say yes and no, you know that the blade doesn't sleep. It's sentient. It's not in its full lifelike form yet. And so what that means is, if you're sleeping and danger is near, Elantari can awaken you and convey that danger is near. And I'll update that with your information on the sword itself. I'll do that outside of the session.
Yeah, we'll handle that when we need to.
Cool.
Cool though.
As the night progresses, you hear a knock at the door. We'll just pause there. Knock at the door.
Knock, knock.
We're all in the same bunk room, right?
Yeah, anybody could.
Are we?
Okay.
Yeah, everybody's in the same space.
Just making sure.
I thought I got away. I was like, oh, I got a stinky little bunk room by myself.
Yeah, no, you'd be in the same area, but you would have gone earlier, right? So it'd have been a couple hours you would have had with them. But no, it's all.
I really got
everybody's
to
in the
make
same
it I really got to make it into a home, you know.
box. Yeah, there's dirty blankets strewn about. You have a little fort. You and the Reavers are all making crass jokes.
Nice.
Yeah, if no one answers, there's another knock. It's a little bit more firm this time.
I'll open up.
Yeah, you open up, and standing in the doorway is the Vice Warden, and she says, "Hope it's not too late. I understand from the High Warden we have some guests aboard. I wanted to come meet you all personally. I also understand there are some, shall we say, curiosities that have happened across the ship since you've been here. I need to ask you some questions."
Well, we were trying to get some rest since we have a big day tomorrow.
Yes, perhaps.
I suppose I could answer a few questions for a beautiful woman such as yourself.
She looks a little.
Can I roll Riz? Can I Riz her up?
Yeah, let's do this. You could do a D20, add your charisma modifier.
Alright, my charisma fire is +0, so D20.
Just a
Let's see
D20.
how this goes.
I'll counter. Yeah.
I got some stuff in my teeth.
you're wearing one of the dirty blankets that were part of the fort.
Yeah.
Yeah. She looks at you and she's like,
No Riz.
I would prefer you keep it professional. We need to ensure
Of course.
the ship's safety. Please, may I enter? I do not want to be impolite.
Mhm. Well, if you just have a few questions for our group, I'm kind of the leader of everyone. I could go off with you somewhere and answer a few questions. You shouldn't disturb everyone when they're trying to get good rest.
Make a persuasion at disadvantage. She's had a conversation with the High Warden.
Okay, that's fair. Persuasion. Oh, that's also a +0, but I have.
You can't beat it. I rolled a nat 20.
Okay. Never mind. I'm not even gonna roll the second one, I guess.
Yeah, even with your, because you have a +0. Yeah, she go ahead and roll. If you get a 20, I'll allow something unique to happen because you have to meet or beat, and I'm not adding any modifiers for her.
Nope.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. She goes. I'm sure you're quite the sailor. However, I understand there are a
Thank
few
you.
in your crew who might be better suited for this conversation. A sorcerer in particular, I'm looking to speak with.
All right, give me one moment. Some of us aren't so decent. And I'm gonna try to shut the door really quick. Is that fine?
Yeah. Make for me an athletics or acrobatics.
I'm really good at one of those. Which one is it? Acrobatics. I'm sick.
Yeah. She tries to slide her foot in the door, but it just hits her in the foot, and you close the door.
Okay. And everybody's in the room, right?
Yeah, everybody's in here.
Timothy, she's here.
Oh, what's going on?
You got
Oh,
on.
I was asleep. What's going
Him-
on?
Timothy, the High Warden's here. Or wait, what's the Vice Warden?
Warden?
The Vice Warden's here. They're here to ask about
yeah.
curiosities that have been happening on the ship. Ye best hide your new weapon.
All right, let me leave it in here. I'll leave it on my bunk.
Well, she's coming in.
And
She's
I'll-
coming in here. Do you have any way to obfuscate this item?
Put it under the blanket and just leave it there.
Oh my god!
I don't have anything.
Don't we have a bag? I thought we had a.
Leon
I thought we had a
does, yeah.
bag. Oh, so it's up to Leon. Oh.
Leon has a rucksack of holding. Yeah.
Can
Does she
you
have
put
a
it?
look in there?
Would you be willing to put it in the sack?
I don't like it, but only because I know her, I'm willing to do that.
How does Leon feel about this? Like, is he gonna let this fly, or?
Wait, hang on. This thing's not gonna explode if I put this sword in there, right?
No, I think you have to put in a bag of holding into a bag of holding to make them explode, right?
Yeah, it has to be two extra, whatever the term is, kind of spaces. So you can't put the bottle inside the bag.
Leon is looking disgusted by this whole thing, but he's just gonna like kind of point with his eyes down at the edge of his, bunk roll or whatever it is that he's on. There's the bag, just gonna nod at
Okay.
it.
He has that look like it has like text that flashes across the bottom of the screen. It's like Leon will remember this.
Yes, that's exactly what's happening here.
That's funny.
So I guess I'll quickly throw it in there and then go answer the door.
Cool.
Yeah. When he answers the door, I'm gonna have my shirt's gonna be off now. I'm gonna be less dressed up than I was. I'm gonna be less dressed up than I was before I said we had to get decent. And then yeah, he can open the door and we can roll from there.
roll for me another charisma. Let's just do it again. D20 plus
Alright,
your
cool.
charisma mod.
Just a D20.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay. Her 18.
My makeup's looking extra good today. My painted on six pack is. I spent a little extra time on it today.
Definitely a little bit of gut still present, but like you have to look for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Her 18 is unfazed. But she opens the door and she does notice you first. Like she doesn't look at the fact that Himothy opened the door. She looks right past him to you, and she goes, ugh.
All right, we're all ready.
Himothy, let me do a quick roll. Yeah, she looks to you and she stops. Like, you saw, like, immediately as soon as you open the door, like, this look of determination on her face that kind of fades as she realizes, like, you see light of recognition in her eyes. And like the stern kind of like ready to have a conversation demeanor shifts, and she goes, Himothy, how are you here?
Timothy, trying to like further throw her off guard, is just gonna go for like a big hug and just go, Alona, it's good to see you.
She hugs back. I roll for everything. She hugs back and she goes,
Roll for hug.
yeah, roll for. I was just like, would she be like thrown off by him hugging? No, I think like you see like in this moment when she hugs back, like a little bit of excitement crosses her face. I mean, she's older now, right? It's been maybe even 10 years since the last time you saw her. Yeah. So she's in her, like, you're in your 30s. She's in her probably like mid 40s now, which for half elves is still kind of young. So she looks like she's
right.
Younger. She is surprised at first and goes, didn't expect to see you here. When did you leave Kyrios? I know I left, but I didn't think you'd ever leave. You were supposed to be your brother's protector.
Maybe about a year and a half ago, Gwaithian exiled me. She kicked me out. She told me it was either I leave or I get killed.
She was always the most foul woman. I can't say I'm surprised, but what I am surprised by is how you're here on this ship of all places. I would not have expected you to be anywhere near this operation. It's a little outside your morality code.
It's because we're really good friends. And I kind of sidle up to Himothy.
Timothy's gonna go, look, in order to stay, I had to swear an oath I'd protect Cal. I thank you for everything that you've done with that. I tried my best to keep him safe while I was still there after you left. And after getting exiled, I still had to, keep up that oath that I made to protect him. Ultimately learned about this threat of the Titans and realized that the best way to keep up that oath and to protect Cal is to take care of that threat. And I fell in with this group here, and that's ultimately what we're trying to do is stop these Titans from their quest of conquest and destruction.
She kind of smiles and laughs a little bit, and she goes, maybe not the same group, but certainly the same motives. That's good to hear. I was going to ask, how are you holding up that oath now? Cal is not protected. I actually just came back from there.
Oh, how's he doing? I've been thinking a lot about him, and I hope he's doing all right.
she kind of hangs her head low. She goes, the reason I went back is I've received word from some of my family that the Lady Regent has grown quite cold in recent months, and her rule in Cal's youth is quite harsh. People are beginning to fear her more than respect her, and Cal is untouchable. I tried to see him. I tried to find him, but speaking with some of the people, they only ever see him from the palace windows. He's never amongst the people like we used to be, like he used to be, and you used to be. I didn't even see him while I was there.
Ugh. Yeah. I know if I go back there, she's going to have me killed, one way or another. I know I'm not safe to go back there at all. I'm kind of slightly surprised that you were able to go back and not have to face her wrath as a result of it. I know you didn't leave on the best of terms.
Oh, believe me, I kept myself quite guarded. I only went to do some scouting. I know we have this greater mission to find and slay these titans. However, we still have other work to do. Some of the other stewards and wardens, they have other work. This immediate task is at hand, but as soon as it's done, we have to go address other things. I went home because there was news that she had increased the patrols and curfews, and while I was there, I heard whispers. She's been holding secret trials and imprisoning anyone who speaks out against her. And some of the elders, the ones who used to advise her father, they've mysteriously gone missing. Their families are too frightened to ask questions. That's nothing I can just let go. It's as much as I'm not supposed to be there. It's still home.
Right. I just, based on what you're telling me, I can't let that go either. I know we got to deal with this other threat, but if you're gonna do something about it back home, I'm with you 100%.
I am so glad to hear
Because
that.
I have to protect Cal. That's I swore an oath to keep him safe and to protect him. And if she's not treating him well, if she's abusing the power and keeping him locked away, and just being overall cruel, I can't abide by that, and I have to do something about that. But
Yes. Well, strangeness of this circumstance, I think it's related. You must have known or have heard about the spreading corruption across all of the plains now. If you're here, that must be something that you're aware of.
Right.
There is a war in the western continents that has spread from nothing, it seems. There is a few of the kingdoms up in the north are swearing allegiance to strange other powers. I don't know exactly what's going on there. That's something that we also have to find out about. But at home, I mean, Gwydion was never kind, but she was never truly evil. And it seems, I don't know, something seems strange. When I was there, the market is now so highly strictly regulated. People are not able to trade as they once did. There's heavy taxes and no real understanding of where the money's going. Families are struggling to have their ends meet, and she's forbidden celebrations of our festivals. It's claiming that it's distracting from the people from safety, keeping the city unsafe. People are losing hope, Timothy. They remember your father's rule and long for a day when Calamir can take his place, but till then, this oppressive reign, this growingly oppressive reign, it's strange. If we go, we have to be cautious. But
I know she was always bad, but this just sounds a lot worse. just over the course of my travels, I think I did come across this one mage who might have been trying to, have some kind of like time magic or something. Maybe it's the fact of that meddling with the timeline that made her just more sadistic and cruel than before.
Could be. The High Warden and I've had a few discussions. He's caught me up to speed on your journey so far. I didn't realize you were part of this adventuring party. However, I am up to speed on mostly everything that has happened with you so far. This concept of time magic, certainly confusing. Something that I'm trying to understand, and I don't know that it's something that we can't understand. Timothy, actually, can I speak with you in private?
Whoa,
Sure.
whoa, we're all friends here.
Master Dwarf, I understand this is a this is a personal matter.
Wait, you think he's in charge? And Timothy will point over to Duza like, wait, you think he's in charge?
I am as of yet unconvinced, but that's how he introduced himself.
Nah, and Timothy will be like, nah, it's the blue guy over there. He's our captain.
I just meant I was in charge of the Reavers.
I see.
I'm lying. I'm definitely lying about that.
Yeah, you can roll a deception if you want to. I'll roll another insight.
Nice.
14.
Perfect.
Yeah, she doesn't believe you.
Whatever. I'm gonna slink her off. Duzude has a separate mission, anyways, from all this. A secret mission that I decided this episode is that I feel like Duzude thinks he was starting to get on Leon's good side, like Leon being the kind of voice of reason amongst our party, and I really liked our adventure like a few weeks ago when Leon helped me out with the explosion of the brothel basically. I feel like I was getting I feel like I was influencing him and getting him out of his comfort zone in a way. So that's now that I'm seeing he's regressing and being very to me he's regressing, and he's being very proper and wanting to do things by the book. My secret Duzu mission is to try to help Leon cut back.
I love that. Small level of corruption, but not the bad kind.
Yeah.
No, that's good. When
After this whole exchange, I think Timothy would pipe up and be like, "So Alona, I know you're here kind of late. Like, what can we do for you? Like, what brings you here?"
Yes. Well, our engines have been tampered with, and I tracked. This is strange. I tracked a bit of residual magical energy from what was powering it to this room. My first instinct was that your group must have had something to do with it, but I'm not gathering that anymore. Has anyone left right before I showed up?
Oh, I know what this could be.
Yes, dwarf.
Your
yes.
engines are powered by Ethereum, isn't that right?
Yes.
Well, I was working on me ammo, and then I'm gonna flash my guns.
Okay.
So there's a lot of components I use to make it, and they tend to give off odd signatures.
Okay. Roll for me a deception check at advantage.
Nice.
I rolled a 17. I'll let you know in advance.
It's gonna be hard because I have 0.
Well, she also has 0.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, she goes, I've seen weapons like this before. We actually have a few of them. I'm not sure that the signature you're speaking of interferes with our engines. I've actually been down to see them. Something other than our Ethereum engines has gone awry. Something's missing. That's why I ask if anyone has left this area prior to my coming here. It's I can track these objects within 1,000 feet, so for it to disappear kind of randomly is quite concerning. The only way I would know is if someone were to leave the ship. We haven't.
Well, if I were looking, sorry, I mean Doritos.
You're good.
If I were looking to pilfer something off this ship, I would. I think it would be rather convenient to put the blame on the new party that just showed up. Maybe somebody casted some sort of spell to lead you towards us.
I love this. Give me persuasion at advantage.
Dude, I'm such a good little liar.
You are a good little liar. 14. Gotta beat a 14.
Persuasion. Man, another 0 thing. I don't have a lot of good skills, I guess.
Yeah, you rolled terribly.
All right, well. I'm having good in character lies, but
No,
they're
it's
just not,
great.
You know.
It's great. She goes, yes, I can see your point.
She's just smart.
Though I don't think that's necessarily what's happening in this game. I understand what you're saying. I don't believe the magic, the arcane capabilities that you're speaking of is quite right. You see these objects, I must confess, our engines are run on a little bit more than Ethereum. We had an artifact that's gone missing. The artifact having the ability to draw on its power every few days is what allows us to move so rapidly. It is unique in that artifacts like this are hard to come by, and when we've tried with other artifacts, it allows us that same boost, but sometimes not as fast, and certainly never as renewable. That's why we're looking for this particular artifact. I understand what you're saying about possibly someone tampering who's here, though I don't know of many who know about this. Again, also the arcane source led me here. I don't know. Do you know anything? And you kind of see like she gets a little bit exasperated.
Well, Alona, Timothy's gonna pipe up like, Alona, if we knew anything, like, trust me, I would let you know. Like, I wouldn't do anything to you to, harm like you and the, the new family that you've found here.
And we wouldn't be interested in slowing this ship down at all. After all, we have Captain Nixie coming after us.
She thinks for a second and goes, Nixie. I don't know that name. I understand.
She's a terrible wench. Worst woman on the western seas.
I see. Well, best we stay airborne then. Timothy, roll for me a persuasion at advantage. If triple advantage was a thing, I would give it to you. I rolled a 6. She looks at you and says, thank you, Timothy. I know I can trust you. I have always been able to trust you. I am doing my part to ensure that our mission stays on track. If you're unable to travel speedily, it could mean danger for the whole world. I think you are on the same page. I think you understand just what's at risk if this Rakdos decides to move further without our groups being able to stop them. It could spell disaster for all. He's already, as I understand it, begun wreaking havoc on a few cities that he's passed through. There's already been tens, possibly hundreds, slaughtered as they've made their path. I'm just concerned.
Our way, and we know these are going to be trying times coming up ahead, but I think, with us on the same side, with everybody working toward this common goal, I think it's, something that we can achieve. I think we can beat back these titans and, deal with the threat that they pose.
Yes, I'm in agreement. I think if enough forces are mustered, then we can. That's what we're trying to do now. Muster forces. We have quite a large. I don't know that you would call us an army, but certainly a collection of skilled rangers and druid folk, fighters. If we can perhaps meet them on neutral ground, we might be able to have an advantage. Our biggest concern being able to reach there quickly. Ignara has the ability to charge a few of the items that she has, though, as I mentioned, most of what we used before is non-renewable. But if you know nothing, I must keep searching elsewhere. I don't want to waste your time. I understand you are trying to sleep. Himothy, let's catch up before you depart. Perhaps tomorrow we can have breakfast.
Yeah, let's talk soon.
Well, I will bid you good night and continue on with my search.
I give her
Good
a
night.
fresh wink.
Just give me another Riz check.
All right, nice.
Wait, who's rizzing who?
19.
Like 15. When the shirt's off, things get real.
I rolled a 19. Man, my rolls have been great today.
Every roll she's done against
This
me,
is
all of my
stellar.
lies and all of my charisma checks, she's just killing it. But
Yeah.
narratively, it makes it really good that Himothy was able to
Right.
convince them because of the history.
So
I was gonna say, does Himothy see Duzza trying to riz up Alona?
I'm not being subtle. I don't think subtlety's my greatest feat.
I would agree with
It
that.
probably seems pretty performative.
I'm
You-
pretty sure your intelligence is way worse than your subtlety.
Let me see what is my
You could do a performance. It has to be better than Himothy's either passive or Himothy if you want to roll. TC, you can roll perception. We'll take the higher of
I
the
think
two.
we'll leave it to the. I was gonna say we'll leave it to the passive, just because I wouldn't be specifically looking
look-
at him
yeah.
to see this going on.
Yeah, then you don't notice.
Okay.
nice.
Yeah. She.
Sneaky Riz.
So you sneak Riz and you're performing for Himothy. So the one that mattered.
You know why he didn't see it? It's because it's a fresh wink, but I'm wearing an eye patch, so it just looks like I blink.
Just looks
Like I blinked just a
like-
little too long.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it just looks like a long blink. She looks at you and goes, "Do you have something in your eye?"
No. You're supposed to say you have pretty eye.
Sure. Yeah, I suppose I do. Anyways, have a good night. I want to shut the door as fast as I did the first time.
Yeah, it's fine. She's still standing like kind of close to the door, so like when you close it, she has to like step back out of the way. And she's like, "Okay," and then you just hear like mumble from behind the door.
Perfect. We got away with it. So Bridget, what you missed is she came to investigate us, the vice warden, and she knocked on the door, and then she's like said she detected like the magical item, but we hid it in the bag. But then I lied a whole bunch, and she wasn't believing any of my lies. But then Himothy convinced her because they have a history.
Who has a history? Himothy and the vice warden?
Himothy and the vice warden.
So does that mean Tinka has a history with them? If everything that Himothy does is related to Tinka?
No,
Maybe.
no. There's no way Tinka would know the handmaiden of Himothy's father's wife.
Stepmother.
Yeah.
Twice
Um,
removed.
Himothy's father's wife? It's his stepmother?
No, Himothy's
Not
a bastard.
technically, apparently.
Yeah, so technically it's not called, you're not like the stepchild. If you're a bastard, you're not technically the stepchild. It's like if your
Yeah,
father
fair.
remarries, then you
Oh.
possibly claim that. But like if you're the bastard child out of wedlock.
He's Jon Snow.
A little bit, except
So the wife hates Jon Snow.
yeah, Timothy's extremely hateful.
Yeah. Oh, poor guy. All right, Tinka can kind of relate to that. Weird family issue.
Tinka, we're in a little bit of downtime as the night's kind of finishing out.
Oh my god, I need a long rest like nobody's fucking business. It has been 3 sessions.
It has been 3 sessions. Not yet, I'm afraid. But in this little bit of downtime, you can A, take a short rest, and B, Himothy/TC was wondering, is this something that Tinka would want to do, possibly going to find Cogs?
Yeah, absolutely. Short rest isn't gonna do jack shit, so let's keep partying.
Cool. You go in search of this gnome. And you don't see him at first, you hear him, and he's just shouting through the halls, "We gotta find these sons of bitches, they took my baby, they killed my baby, and it's,
Oh my god.
I can't,
They
killed my baby."
I killed your baby?
Well, he's just
What's your
saying this,
baby?
like out loud. He goes, "My baby, my..."
Am I near him?
Yeah, I mean, you would hear him, so you could, like, approach him for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Gnome to gnome.
Gnome to gnome. It's
Yeah,
an-
that's a new sitcom in the Forgotten Realm.
Yeah, he's shouting about his baby, and so you go up and you ask him, "What's his baby?"
Where's your what baby?
Yeah,
You
baby.
reproduce?
No, not like that, you foolish person. My baby, the engines are my baby, and they've been tampered with, and I'm trying to find the jack-offs that tampered with her.
Well, I'm a tinkerer and part artificer if you need any help.
I don't know how you can help me. I'm missing my baby. My whole baby's been stolen. She's been dead. There's 2
The baby
babies.
was stolen?
Well, it's 2 babies.
There's 2 babies? There was twins?
Well, not exactly twins. You don't understand me. You're not
I
getting it.
do. We're talking gnome to gnome here. I'm doing my best.
Tinker, I don't understand these. Tinker, I guess I'm a tinkerer too. No, my
Wait,
baby's
let's
been
try
taken.
this. I can clear this up. She starts speaking in gnomish and says the exact same thing.
he,
So there were twins and they're gone?
he replies back, "No, they're not twins, baby. Okay, listen here. I have
Mm-hmm.
the engines, which are 1 baby, and then I have
Okay, baby engine.
I have what I have worked on to build our engine stronger, which is my other baby. 2
So like
babies.
the muscle baby.
That's a good one. Yeah, muscle baby. So my muscle baby
Hell yeah,
is
dude.
missing, and my regular babies have been killed. Maybe not killed.
Okay,
sick.
I have some parchment here and a quill. Can you draw out the muscle baby so I know what we're looking for?
Yeah, I can do
'Cause
that.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah. And then he draws the axe.
Oh, this just looks like a hatchet.
No, it's a.
Yeah, we're looking for a
artifact.
hatchet?
We're looking for an artifact. It was
artifact.
stolen.
Okay, all right.
It's hard,
Okay,
hard
do
to miss.
you-
It's a big axe. It's twice our size. If I stood on your head, it might.
Well,
be...
I didn't take it. I couldn't carry that thing. I'm
I
big as
see
fuck.
that. You're too small.
Like she puts up her arm and flexes to show her -3 string.
he like squats down a little bit and touches it. Just like pokes it.
It's just skin.
Yeah. He goes, ew.
Is there anybody like that works here that's ever envied you for? Like anybody that's ever shown interest in it? Did anyone know about it?
A few people know about it. I mean, Ignara and the High Warden and the Vice Warden and basically all of the senior staff. I don't know.
Is Ignara the artificer?
Yeah.
No, she's too busy to steal things. I don't think she would have had the time.
Yeah, she could have. She's been ogling it for years.
Let's make that plan B. She seems very kind. I don't think she has a bad bone in her body. Unless you know more than I do.
She can be a real
But
witch
I'm
sometimes.
I'm more than happy to help you look for it. Now that we have this drawing, I realize that the twins are different. We got the engine baby and we got the muscle baby, and I'm ready to help you find it.
great, let's go. And then like he just kind of like grabs your hand and drags you. Uh, way too trusting for this guy. And like
Was
you
anyone
know
else
that.
in our party around to hear that?
Nope, you went by yourself.
Okay. On the way, what's his name? Gear? Cog?
So Cogs is the gnome. Grimmer is the dwarf.
With the no.
Yeah, Cogs.
Cogs, really quick before we start our search, I really, really gotta pee. Do you care if I go use the chamber pot real quick?
Fine, just come find me. I'll be yelling.
Okay, I'll be right back.
And he storms off. And goes,
So
my baby.
so Tinka is going to use. Maybe. She's going to use ascending to Himothy and say, I'm distracting the gnome. Get, like, whispering as quiet as possible. Get the axe somewhere it can't be found.
The axe is already merged with the sword. She thinks she found the sword's signature. Well, hang on, this would have been earlier, right? So like,
Probably.
Would Tinka already know that?
No.
Yeah,
Gonna
I think
just-
she would know this. She was in the room with us, right?
It depends.
well, hang
Depends
on,
when
was
she went back
this?
to the room.
would-
It probably is happening about the same time.
Oh, okay, okay. I
If
thought
it's
she was
hap-
in the room with us.
Yeah,
when
if
that
we're
whole
in the
thing
room and
happened.
she's
My
not
bad.
in the room, she's going to see Cogs now. They would have been like, yeah, no, the sword merged with the axe.
Does
The
it look
vice
like
warden.
the axe?
Looks like.
No, it's the sword. The vice warden
Okay.
tracked down the magic signature, though it's not fully safe.
Okay, if we were to pretend that I would be there, like retcon it a little bit that I didn't have to go work, and then that's a different story. I'll explain later. But what I would do is use my magical tinkering to create a static visual effect that covers up the signature.
It won't stop detect magic, and Tinka would know that. Detect magic is
Oh, okay.
a separate spell, but yeah.
So detect magic is going to bring it back to the sword, even though it doesn't look like the axe anymore.
Correct. Yeah. What basically we determined, and I think what Timothy was saying is like they put it in the bag of holding, or the rucksack of righteousness, or whatever it was called. And when it went in the sack, the signature disappeared, and that's because technically it's in a separate demiplane, no longer 1,000 feet. From
Okay. So that fixes it. Putting
Yeah.
it in the thingy
Yeah.
fixes it. Okay, so then Tinka's just gonna use sending and say, distracting the gnome. Try not to look suspicious.
Cool.
And then yeah,
And
she's
I
gonna
think-
go
I guess
find
I'm gonna
Cogs.
respond back and be like, just will do in gnomish.
God, I am so mad about that still.
Is
But
that
I'm not gonna
gnome
use
issue?
another sending to tell you.
Hey, whether you're a bitch.
You could have been part of gnome to gnome.
Gnome to gnome and gnome,
Gnome to gnome to gnome.
starring Noam Chomsky.
But yeah, this is Tinka's story now. I'm guessing Viz is with them too, just also pretending to be oblivious.
Viz went back to the room. So yeah, he's
Okay, let him-
Yeah, he's chilling. Basically everyone's there. So because the vice warden and Himothy had such like history, Himothy's like for the most part talked her out of anything being related.
Right. So
Go ahead.
do we hate the vice warden as much as we hate the warden?
Himothy doesn't.
Oh. But that's gonna mean one less person willing to betray them. I want to betray them. Fine. Okay, back to Cogsapalooza.
Cogsapalooza. Yeah, so for like the next probably half an hour, he just goes around shouting baby and stomping around, and like he looks in like random places where it definitely wouldn't be. Like he takes it to a bathroom, and he's like, they probably put it in here, and like starts literally digging his way through like a bunch of crap.
Ew, like actual poop?
Yeah, like
Ew, I'm not
He
doing
won't
that.
look anywhere.
She's gonna stand about 3 feet behind him and not participate in that, but in everything else, she's gonna go, baby, where are you?
He tells you eventually to like maybe it's in the kitchen. Let's go to the mess, and so eventually you guys do make it up to the mess, and he like with his same dirty hand starts digging through like cold
Oh.
soup. It's like it's very
Tinka's
clear.
gonna use
Go ahead.
Tinka's gonna use another sending and just tell him if you do not eat the soup, tell the other.
Luckily, this would have been.
And that is my last
there.
3rd level. But knowing Tinka, she is gonna take untouched slices of bread and put them in her pocket.
Give me a stealth check. Sleight of hand.
I don't know. Oh, that's stealth.
Yeah, you're good.
That's sleight of hand. Take your pick.
Yeah, you're good. You find plenty of bread to be swiped, and you find the kitchen staff are like really concerned with the fact that he's just digging through the soup.
All right, so now she's got 2 loaves, one on each side. She just looks like she's got thighs for days.
Perfect. Cool. Yeah, and he just kind of like drags you around a couple different places until such a time.
Baby.
Yeah, you get bored.
All right. Tinka can do dumb shit for a long time, so we'll see.
Cool. I'm not gonna RP it out. You can tell me if there's stuff you want to do otherwise. Otherwise, it's like nighttime.
Yeah, no. Bread is.
Cool. The High Warden came to the table earlier, and there's something I was gonna DM you, but for the sake of retconning a little bit, while at the table, he's having this conversation with Tide about like where to get dropped off and when. While that's happening, a separate thing happens with you, Tinka.
Okay.
The High Warden, like, you start to hear, like, he glances to you briefly while having this entire conversation with his mouth still moving and everything, and you hear a voice in your mind. It sounds similar to the message spell, but you know, and I guess, like, you can see their mouth isn't moving to the same cadence, right? They're speaking to Tide while conveying this message to you, so it can't be the message spell, something else.
Okay.
And they say, I know what you carry. Believe me when I say if I thought by hatching it, it would help me keep the world safe, I would have no issue killing you and taking it. But it seems to have already imprinted on you, so it would do me no good. One day it may give you what you most desire, but for now, it serves merely as another distraction of the only true good calling. Hear me when I say this. I believe I understand where your passion comes from, though it's quite misguided. After they say that, you see their eyes kind of narrow and a blackness seems to create like a sheen over the irises. And then the voice continues, your obsession with protecting and saving your dragon is admirable, but your hubris blinds you to a much greater danger. While you focus on your narrow goal, the world around you is spiraling towards chaos, and your group seems to be at its center. This includes you, so long as you journey with them. You are not absolved of your choices, recklessness, short-sightedness, self-service. It is the nature of most creatures, though in your case, it is a great cost. You must understand. Sacrifices must be made to protect the many, or there will be no one left to save, not even the ones you hold so dear. What are your surface thoughts in this moment?
I'm actually gonna use, because I can tell it came from him, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to use message and say, speaking of recklessness, self-servingness, selfishness, I have a deal I want to make with you. Find me after this if you really want to make a deal and fix this. I'll fight for you. I'll fight with you. I'll make sure everyone is on your side. I want a deal.
Okay. So while you're saying that, or shortly after you say that, what are the thoughts going through your head? Just surface thoughts.
I know who owns this ship, and I know they want it back.
Make for me a wisdom saving throw. DC here
Is this
21.
against magic?
Okay, so I have this written out. DC is 21. It's technically against magic, and where you should have advantage, something about this is making it a straight roll. Something about
Okay.
his presence that seems to be invading your thoughts.
I have to do a 20. Oh no. Okay, well,
Okay.
yep, it's a +5, but it's not like it matters.
not enough. Um, what are her deeper thoughts? Like things like reasoning, your emotional states, and anything that's like looming largely in your mind.
I'm going to risk my life and give him the option of getting this boat handed to the authorities or me keeping his secret in return for the artificer. Those are the two options I'm willing to offer.
Okay. Give me an Arcana check. The DC is just 17 here.
Okay, the first one was 20.
Yeah, first one's 20. You would have passed either way. You notice two things. Their eyes, those black irises, they're very similar to the left eye that Sif had in Stormwatch. That black iris. You also notice an amulet hanging ever so slightly from behind the collar. Looks like this.
Ooh, can I do a history check to see if I recognize it? Or
Um,
would it be Arcana?
you could do. I think this would probably be more aligned with history. Yes.
18.
18. You don't recognize like the item itself or anything like that. You recognize some of the symbology that's written on it. They're like arcane runes. But for what, it's hard to say. You'd probably need to like be able to spend time and identify if it was on attunes too.
Okay.
The High Warden, in response to what you said, goes, "I don't think you're in any position to make demands. I could just kill you."
You could, but I already have a messenger in place for your location to the owner of this ship.
Make for me
So
a
I wouldn't
deception
think it
check.
would be wise. With advantage. 19!
Doesn't matter. You actually, let me pull up his stats so I say this completely accurately.
While you do that, I'm going to say, and if you do decide to kill me, not my party. They don't know. They're not the messenger.
Okay.
But I think we're stronger together than we are as enemies.
High Warden. Oh, this is not an encounter. It's a homebrew. Good thing it's not an encounter. Okay. Yeah. I rolled a 14, so we get a +5. So for your deception, he goes, "You're lying. I know you're lying."
What do I have to lose? Like, why would I lie to you?
Remember,
If I didn't have a failsafe in place, why would I have said it in the first place?
Remember, you failed a wisdom saving throw. Literally, any thought that you have, like if it's a lie, he knows it.
It's still going, even though I passed the one after.
Mhm.
So I can just think a bunch of lies and he's gonna believe it.
He knows your deep thoughts. If they were surface thoughts,
I have a
maybe.
sparkly purple penis.
The fact
Does he
that it's
believe
like deep thoughts. There's
Is that
like
canon? Is it canon now?
Yeah, I guess so.
I think it does have a sparkly purple penis. Yeah, the nature of the spell, I'll say, like with the Arcana check, you know this is detect thoughts, and the fact that you failed,
Right.
like anything that like even remotely is like, if you're trying to lie, he knows that it's a lie and not to trust it. The stuff that is like deep thought, truth, lie, whatever, he is likely to know. I'll say likely. The fact that the deception failed, he would know. What are you? Who would the messenger be? Like, who is she thinking of in this moment? We'll see if it's something he believes.
She's bluffing.
Okay.
She doesn't have a messenger in mind even. But she would just make the call. She has connections.
Yeah. If that's a
No,
thought
it's
that Tinka
kill me
has.
now. I don't think she would think specifically who, especially knowing that he's like reading her thoughts. But I think she would come off pretty confident in that she could essentially ruin his plot, try and get his ship taken away by the authorities. And I think he would see that she's also being genuine, that if he agrees to work with her, she won't do it. But if he doesn't kill her and he doesn't work with her, she's going to.
I think the issue is that you don't have a bargaining chip strong enough for him to, quote, release somebody that you don't actually know that he has control over. He doesn't necessarily convey that he knows that. I think the other thing is, like, he knows a lot that you don't in regard to, like, how authorities can work planetarily, and the fact that they don't reside in Sarsia anymore, it's not a concern. Like, who would the authorities be other than, like, the previous owner of the ship? But then it's a battle between the two of them.
I don't know. That was to be discovered when I talked to Scuttleknock. That part I don't know yet. I don't know how this works.
Yeah.
But I figure the university, the people developing it, the people that own it, and the people that were worried about the attacks would be the ones who would be invested to try and get it back.
Yeah, likely, and that would probably be. And I'll give you this without having to roll history or anything, because of your relationship to Scuttleknock. Like, likely who it would be was the authority of Emberthrone, right? There is like a princeps, or princely like figure who has command over Emberthrone. It's likely something that was being built for naval purposes, Sky Navy, and the fact that it's no longer in their possession, it's like, who would you send after? They'll just develop another ship or whatever. I think for the High Warden himself or themselves, they would like hear what you're doing and understand what point you're trying to make, and say, I can appreciate the nobility of what you want. If it were up to me, I would just have you killed. I cannot afford to risk that kind of backlash from your party, who we need as allies.
Why is she a prisoner? What did she do to you?
Who?
The artificer.
Ignara?
Yes.
I don't know what you're referring to.
The bracelet. Why does she have that bracelet?
That I don't know.
That's not your doing?
No, she came to us with that.
Oh, shit. You might be in worse trouble then. Somebody's manipulating her.
Interesting. Yes, let's speak privately. And then, like, finishes the conversation with Tide. And then, like, the last thing he says to the group verbally is, I'll leave you with this. Take caution in the next leg of your journey. Careful with whom you trust. Prepare to depart first thing. So rest ready. And then, like, they walk off.
Yeah. All right. This is an interesting turn of it.
Story.
Part 2, Tinka and the asshole guy become friends.
Well, so now you will fast forward to the events that are happening where, like, you're walking around with cogs. Eventually, I'll say you do get to a point where you see the High Warden kind of like standing by themselves, looking out a window, just kind of like watching as the ship flies.
She's gonna use message and say, "Hey, look, a cloud."
How many messages do you have?
Message is a
It's a
free
cantrip.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sending is not-
So I love that.
You get a message. You get a message. You get a message.
Yeah. Literally, you can message anybody within 150 feet or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's why I manipulate this shit so much.
Great.
It's funny.
It's great. You get what sounds like a little bit of a laugh back.
All right, so she's gonna walk up to him and say,
That's the laugh.
I want to start over. I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. I want to try and take emotions out of it. We obviously have different motivations, and I came off abrasive. You came off a little rude. Can we try again?
He pauses for a moment. They pause for a moment and say, I can be emotionless. We'll take emotions out of it. Absolutely.
Okay.
Speak to me of Ignara. What do you know?
She's oppressed by something. Something created a bracelet or this binding, like a shackle on her. She can't remove it. If she removes it, it hurts her loved ones, possibly kills them. She also can't talk about it, or the same thing happens. So I don't know who did this to her. I thought you were an asshole, so I assumed it was you.
They kind of smile, and they're like, I get that a lot. My intentions are as pure as they can be for the safety of all mankind. I'm using that term broadly for all races. And then they say, Ignara came to us with this. She was not originally on this ship. There's another. If it's something that you believe to be magically binding, perhaps we speak with the previous, or whom she was a previous tenant with.
I think that's a good idea. I know the magic is too powerful for me to dispel by myself, but I can look in her eyes and see that she would be an incredible ally for you, but right now she's not herself. She's a slave to someone else, and she can't act as herself to help you or help any of us. She's being forced to just mass produce stuff and give it away when she is brilliant and she can do incredible things if she wasn't being suppressed.
I understand. She is a huge asset to this ship, certainly. The Enclave as a whole. I believe she can continue to be an asset, though I'm concerned as I've had her make items and hone them for our main purpose. It's possible whomever she is indebted to also knows. He reaches and touches the amulet for just a moment when he says that.
Is her tenant someone beneficial to you? Or wait, is tenant the word that we used?
That's
what?
fine. Yeah, whatever. I know what you mean.
Okay.
Um,
Are they just a person that's here?
They are useful to the Enclave to a degree. She came to us by High Lord Malakar, who is a high elf. Back on Sarsia,
Okay.
he oversees most of what we do. This gives me pause to think perhaps he has more information than we intend him to have.
Right. We can talk to her, but I don't know what they can hear through her. I also know that she's not able to respond to things. It looks like she's physically prevented. So that you can't get a lot of information out of her.
It's best to expect it's everything. Whatever she knows, the High Lord probably knows. Maybe not perhaps through whatever binding she's bound to, but there are strong magics, powerful magics. Things that would allow her to be viewed most of the time. As she indicated, she's been unable to speak. Not just about the binding, just in general.
Yes. She made it clear that she is forced to do things against her will and has no power over it.
I see. She's not spoken to me of this.
I don't think she can. I used some magic to try and get in her head. And rather than having her speak, I had her blink in yes or no's. I had to get creative with it because she's suppressed from speaking.
This would also circumvent some of the other magics. Especially if you're speaking quietly. Things like scrying.
Right.
Perhaps a conversation is necessary.
Maybe if we did it in writing?
A better solution would be just an anti-magic field. You can,
Yeah, that's a great idea too.
Yes, I can put this together. We can create a safe environment where she would not be able to be unbound from the whatever armature she has, but it would allow us to speak freely.
Well, I'm willing to do that. I don't want to put her in any danger, but I can't. I can't continue to live to see someone innocent as a prisoner, if that makes any sense. It doesn't sit well.
I see. This. You must understand. I understand where you're coming from, but I also see a broader, necessary set of, for lack of a better term, evils that must occur for the greater good. It could be my own hubris got in the way of thinking she was just here on her own volition. I can admit I've been blinded myself. I'm not infallible.
The last thing is whatever has this power over her is strong. It's even making her give away her family heirlooms that mean a lot to her, even though she doesn't want to. And so she's losing the last parts of her family that she has. And if she removes this bracelet, those people die. So her future is no family, no reminders. If we can stop this, we have to do it soon.
The giving away treasured items is probably not related to the binding. That is my doing. Again, for the greater good, the expectation is we give endlessly where necessity arises. Nothing is our own for the sake of the planet. You must understand what all is at risk by now.
On the flip side of that, I think if we were able to give her a future where she had the option of seeing her family again, these items might not mean as much as they mean right now. Right now, they mean so much because it's the only thing she'll ever have of her family again.
I see. Well, perhaps after we have taken care of the Titan, our two groups can reunite and pursue a conversation with Lord Malakar.
I'd be fine with that, but I do think you should try to do the anti-magic field because we don't know what's happening to her. We don't know if it's a constant pain or torture or what is happening to her. She can't talk about it.
I think that is a good first step. We can do that while we travel. Perhaps meet me here in the morning. We can speak with her. I will set up, I'll arrange for a room where we can have this conversation privately.
Okay, sounds good. I will see you in the morning. And please don't silence me. That's step one of us being nice, and I will not be an asshole back, I promise.
They nod and kind of smirk.
Cool. Sleep well, new friend that I don't hate anymore. She just walks away without waiting for an answer.
Yeah, good. Cool. Yeah, it's nighttime. Everybody, time to go to bed.
Now it's time for me to enact my secret nighttime plan.
Oh my god,
Yes.
I'm giving myself all my spells back and my health.
Not yet.
Oh, motherfucker, it has been...
I will tell you we can have a long rest. We'll see how the night pans out. I have a random table that could possibly be things. Dized, I will toss it over to you. You have the evening to pursue what you would like.
I am going to set up something with the 4 other reavers to take shifts while we rest. So
Okay, cool.
we can be made aware
Alert.
if anything funny goes on. Especially with like them sniffing around the room for Elentari. I think I'm gonna take this precaution. Also, with the way that the crew was kind of hesitant about us being on the ship, I didn't really like that earlier. So I'm trying to be a little bit more cautious than usual.
Gave myself away with something might happen. No, that's good. That's good.
No, I was
no,
planning
I'm
on.
messing with you. I'm for sure. Yeah, should not have.
Do we all have our
Um,
own rooms, or how does this work?
This is
We're in like a
one-
common bunk room.
Yeah, large bunk area. Basically, everybody from the Gilded Pride is all in one space.
Before
one door?
bed,
Yes, one door.
I'm setting alarm up on the door.
Perfect.
Before bed, Himothy is gonna run down to the like the quartermaster and just get like a mundane sword to hold like for
Okay.
now while Elantari is in the bag.
Love that. Yeah. You don't even have to go to the quartermaster. You could literally just go to the training area. There are full swords
Oh.
there. Yeah, and like literally.
Yeah, I'll just grab
this
like
purpose.
whatever long swords just lying around. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, it just mundane longsword. Absolutely. In your possession, you can add it to your inventory.
Just while Elantari is in the bag. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like no one.
Oh,
looks
I think Tinka
twice.
would also say to Himothy, I got the gnome off your trail. We're good to go.
No more issues.
No more.
No more. Cool. So night progresses. You lay down to sleep. And for a few hours you get some sleep. Let's roll this real quick. About 5 hours into your rest. And just for posterity's sake, Grimmer has been also staying with you during this time, or close enough by, just kind of as your liaison, though mostly sticking to themselves, not really paying attention to much, but sleeping close enough by. 5 hours pass, and you wake up to the sound of a chime. It sounds very similar to the chime that was in the mess, like calling you for dinner. Though this one kind of like dings in repetition, or like ringing repeatedly.
Is this my alarm?
It is not your alarm. You do eventually, actually, what I'll say is Grimmer was in the room next door, because you should have privacy. And then you feel the door burst open, and then your alarm goes off.
So after 5 hours, Tinka wakes up.
Yep. Without a long rest.
He's mad. What? Why are you here?
He shouts, "Okay, time to go. Get your things. This is not a drill. We gotta go. Gotta get to the
What?
top deck."
I'm tired.
Doesn't matter. Get to the top deck. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. Everybody gotta go. We gotta go. I think it's a drill. Let's go.
Not a drill. Let's
You just
go.
said it's not a drill.
No, I think he said it's a drill. He woke me up. Let's go.
Can't go. We got to get going. Come on.
Yeah, she's dragging it.
Cool. You gather your things and begin heading to the top deck. And as you're making your way through the lower hall, the ship lurches violently. And you all scramble to keep your footing. I need everyone to make a DC 12 Dex saving throw.
Oh man, Tinka's gonna go flying. Okay, hold on. It's a 20 plus 1. Hell yeah, we yeet.
Tinka.
Can you have Viz make a athletics check or like an acrobatics check to see if he catches her in time?
Yeah, it's not good enough. He also fails.
I'm a +2 on that.
Cool. I'll say, you rolled a natural 20 though.
Yeah, I did.
I'll say if you wanted to, you could like catch Tinka and like keep her on her feet.
If I had wanted
what
to
he-
catch this little shithead, that's even.
At least
not my
catch
case,
Viz,
so
he's
go
innocent.
Go last hitter.
Yeah,
I'll
Viz
just
also
roll. Evens. I'll catch Tinka. Odds. Viz was closer. Viz was
Yeah,
closer.
So
so
Viz
I'll
is
go to
closer.
catch
Yeah,
Viz.
you like grab him by his robes and like hold him tight. Tinka, roll for me a D4.
Okay.
Deal
A
your-
1.
That's not bad. Yeah, you take 1 point of bludgeoning damage. You like hit your head briefly against the
Oh,
side of the
God.
ship, and, like, it wakes you up.
She is getting more and more cranky. I just want to sleep.
You feel as you're trying to like get through this hallway, the ship kind of careening. You hear the sound of splintering wood and like clashing metal as it echoes through the corridors. The air is filled with this arid scent of smoke and burning fabric. Grimmer like looks back very quickly and like with the most commanding voice, it goes, "Move, move, move! We need to get to the deck now!" and starts like sprinting.
Uh-oh.
What is happening?
I will sprint as well.
Cool.
I just imagine Tinka being held by a big dragon man just flying in the breeze like a kite holding onto someone's hand.
He grabs your hand and starts dragging you along. You make it up the first to like the mid deck. I need everyone to make another DC 12 deck saving throw. The ship lurches a second time.
Ooh.
Okay. Ooh.
Hell yeah, we're flying again.
Leon's
Tinka's a
not
kite
ready.
in the wind.
Ugh. Not good rolls for everybody. Let's do. I'll just roll.
Tinka grabs Timothy's hand, hoping someone saves them.
Everybody below a 12 takes 3 points, except for Leon. Who do you grab as this is happening?
Leon, I'm gonna look at you with puppy dog eyes. Remember the good times we've had together.
Leon, I don't know. He is going to grab
Grab Viz.
yeah, probably Viz actually. Probably
Okay.
Viz. Yeah, probably
Yeah,
Viz.
Viz offsettled. He's like
Dude.
trying to grab onto.
Dude will remember this.
He's trying to like grab onto Tinka, but like he loses his hand, like clutch, and Tinka, you go flying again. You guys take 3 points of
That's-
bludgeoning damage. You keep running. You make it to the hatch that leads up to the top deck, and you are greeted by a scene of utter devastation. The night sky, once dotted with stars, is now obscured with this thick black and dark crimson smoke. The black flying ship that you're on, once majestic vessel, is now under siege. Its details are obscured, and dark sails barely visible through this haze that's covering above. Just above the mast, wreathed in dark crimson smoke, is a monstrous creature. Tinka, you have seen this before.
Oh no. She's gonna turn to Viz and say, "That's the blood mage."
Yes, this is Morrigan. Her nightmarish dragon form roars violently, and a spew of black crimson smoke with deep red fire erupt from her mouth, spraying violently into the ship. Her eyes glow with a malevolent red hue, and her massive wings beat against the night air, sending huge gusts of wind howling across the deck, and you see crew scattered about, unable to stand as she's whipping her arms back and forth. With a terrifying roar, she unleashes this torrent of black and crimson fiery breath, engulfs the entire starboard side of the ship. This maelstrom of shadowy flames and choking smoke, the intense heat scorches the wood and the metal, leaving twisted, charred remains in its wake. As the smoke clears just enough, she's nowhere to be seen. What do you do?
She's just gone.
Gone.
Is it fire or just smoke?
Both. Ship
Okay,
is
fire.
on fire.
Tinka's gonna yell to Tide, use your water spell, try and put out some of the fire, and she's gonna go around mending, fixing anything she thinks she can.
Cool.
How far up are we?
A few hundred feet.
Okay.
Yeah, when you felt the ship lurch, it felt like it was dropping, but it's still in the air.
Timothy used his bosun's background to try and order repairs.
Okay. Let's.
I don't know if that only applies if we're on our own ship.
No, I think it's fair. I mean,
Leon's
you're not
gonna-
using here, but
Does anyone know anything about the engines? Should we go check the engines? See if they're still working?
are you asking just like the crew?
Yes.
I can roll a.
Where's
I can roll-
Con?
like a history if
Where's
I
Cogs?
recognize if they're still on or something?
Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea. That's probably a really good way to do it. I don't know that it would be
I don't know.
history. It'd be insight,
Oh, insight. That's better.
and you get it with advantage. You don't need it. Yeah, the ship's still moving
mean,
forward.
Okay, so the engines are still good.
I was gonna say though, at hearing Leon yell about checking the engines, I mean, Timothy with his like small, tiny background in Ethereum might like perk up and like try and like be like, yo, I might take a look.
Do I know if this ship's outfitted with escape vessels?
I think you do, and you see two of them on the front edge of the ship.
Okay.
These two things right here.
So that is definitely my first thought. Which side? Starboard?
The side that the dragon's on, the right side.
Okay.
At fourth level, I'd like to cast Crater, Destroy Water, and have like a basically this rain cloud follow
Yeah.
and just completely fall over the ship. And so it's normally a first level, so it should be a total of 50 gallons of water.
Awesome. Yeah, see, this rain starts to fall, and it's like perfectly targeted to these little areas that are on fire, and you do see it begins to dim down a little bit. Anybody else? We're gonna do this not in initiative order necessarily, but I'll let anybody who wants to within a round make something happen. We'll call this round one.
Tinka's gonna look for people that are very, very hurt, so she can use Spare the Dying just to stabilize.
Yeah, you see people kind of at the far end of the ship. You'll have to use a lot of movement to get there. It might take you a couple
That's
rounds
fine.
to do it. So
Okay, that's her goal.
Yeah, regular round rules will apply. You get to move your distance up to a dash, but you get no other action if you use dash.
That's fine. I also have no spells left, so good luck, guys.
Cool. Anybody else got anything else you want to do in this?
Yeah,
moment?
I want to command the Reavers to follow me, and I'm going to do a full dash action towards this boat. I'm trying to get to the
Cool.
escape.
I'll move you guys around. You can find your token and actually move you where you want to go. Awesome. So Morgan, she disappeared in this cloud of smoke, and the ship trembles under this first assault, and it lists dangerously to one side, kind of moving on the port side with this blast of fire that has pushed the ship. You see crew members, their faces full of fear and determination, and they rush to their posts. You hear the High Warden behind commanding people to their stations. And you see some of them like trying to combat the inferno with you guys, like throwing water on it, casting some of their own water spells and stuff. And as this is going on, Tinka, this is when you notice some are not quite so fortunate. There are cries of pain that are cutting through the night, and you kind of see where like the fire has almost cut them off from where you are. But as the rain falls, that fire disperses. Everybody can move your token up to 30 feet if you've taken an action.
So 60 feet of no action.
If no action, 60 feet.
So I'm gonna do 30.
While the group was together, I was gonna say Timothy probably would have cast aid
Cool.
on Leon, Duzid, and Tinka.
What's that
Awesome.
do?
5 HP, 5 max HP. Yep.
Yeah, you get 10
Uh,
HP.
Leon's gonna only move 30 feet, but he is going to have ready a fireball of holy damage ready to throw at the dragon if she
Awesome.
appears right
Awesome.
away.
I also
Awesome,
have
awesome.
one level 4 fireball. I'm not gonna hold it yet, but I'm gonna save.
Just in case. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, the crew scrambles in this kind of like in between section. They're trying to find the dragon. You guys are trying to find the dragon. You just see this again thick smoke, and there's clouds in the night sky, and eventually you do see piercing red eyes emerge from the front of the ship, as if from nothing initially, and then her monstrous dragon form emerges, her wings with like this torn kind of element, almost like they're made of smoke and fire themselves. and she once again, this time she swoops towards the deck rather than breathing fire, and she goes to claw and like scrape at the mast. You hear the screams of the crew, and then see them. There's a few of them in her clutches of her clawed hands, and as she passes over the ship, she tosses them overboard. Leon, this would be when your fireball can go off. Roll for me an attack. Let's do this because fireball is AoE.
It's a deck save, right? Yeah, it's an AoE. Do you want me to roll like a spell attack?
Yeah, let's do this as if you're trying to like catch her, and I'll make her DC come down because it is an AoE.
Okay, well, that's a spell attack.
Perfect.
Yeah, do you have a spell attack for it?
Yeah, you can just roll a spell attack. That's what I just did.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Let's double check her AC. Oh yeah, that hits. Yeah, you see as this radiant fire engulfs this form, and she shrieks this terrible pained shriek. That definitely did some damage, like a lot of damage. You can see like that radiance against whatever she is. It works. But you do see as she kind of again crosses the rest of the ship, her throw some of these people overboard, and you hear them as they begin falling. Their screams trailing off as they drift further and further down into nothingness. I'll do this another round. Won't necessarily be initiative, but you guys can move. You can take an action. You can dash. What do we want to do?
Of course, you don't want to do initiative because then my armor kicks in and I get some effect.
We can do an initiative if you want to. Take it on as a battle. That's fine.
No. We're good. I'm just teasing you.
This is like a narrative series of rounds rather than a true combat.
Much prefer this. This is fun.
Great.
How far? Where is she at? Like how far if you had to get?
She's gone this way, so she'd probably within a round be like here-ish.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna do generally the same action on Leon. 30 feet of movement, ready another fireball for
when she comes in.
When she comes around again.
Yeah, love that.
Okay, if she is staying there, I can move to the edge of the ship and cast frostbite.
Yeah, that's
It
good.
says it has a 60-foot range.
Perfect.
It's a 15 Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, do this the same way since she's like mobile like this. We're gonna do these as like attack rolls.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. That's great.
Okay, so mine is a 20 plus 7. Oh yeah, there he goes. Cool.
Hell yeah.
And then I have to roll the damage still. So
just a little sixers.
it's 2d6. So if it rolled 6 both times, I don't know what happened there.
We'll call it 12. That's fine.
God,
I think it's combining whatever the roll was.
I think it's 6 total.
Yeah. So 3 plus 3. Yeah. If you hover it over it, you can see it. Yeah.
Okay.
So you see just a little bit of frost.
Oh wait, it has another thing. On a failed save, the target. It also has advantage on the next weapon terms. Never mind, it doesn't use weapons. Goodbye.
Cool. Yeah. So you do see like a little bit of frost like appear across her tail, and she kind of like winces, I guess, would be like the closest thing you could assume a dragon would do. And then yeah, anybody else want anything to happen on this turn? You can. And
Timothy used his armor of Agathis and had moved closer to Leon and Tinka, but otherwise that's just what he did.
Cool. She's not actually here. I'm just moving her around.
Dude, she's so cool. Why'd you make her so cool?
Because dragons can be good and bad.
She's pretty cool.
Cool. So once everybody's moved where they want to be, you see that she turns and coasts back to the ship again. This time, you see in her throat this deep red of fire that's about to be blasted out. She coming back towards this direction, you're going to be in the line of fire for anybody who's in this cone space. She attacks this area generally, and I double check that this does what it does.
If I see her mouth open, can I try and frostbite in her mouth?
Hell yeah, I'll let that happen. That's cool. Yeah, go for it.
Would it be possible for Leon to use the stones to move and then still cast the fireball, or is that too?
Are
too
the
much?
stones bonus action or action?
I think they're bonus. Let me double check.
If they're bonus, then hell yeah.
Is this turn 3 or is this turn 2 still?
Turn 2.
Okay.
She basically is the top of the round. So, well, I guess this would be the beginning of turn 3.
Oh, I can move, but I can't. But no actions or bonus actions can be made when discharged. So I can move, but I can't. Okay. Okay. Oh wait, but I can still take the action before I move, right?
Mhm.
Wait a sec. It is still a bonus, I think. It doesn't say specifically. I don't think. Is this a bonus action to use it, or an actual
for
action?
now, I'll say yeah. For the rule of cool, we'll address that. Like in normal combat, I'd say no, but because you guys are kind of fleeing.
Okay. Okay. So I want him then to throw the fireball and then use the shards to like move out of the way of the incoming cone here.
Cool. I will let you move, and it's actually just a line, but she basically would be able to get all three of you who are in a line right now.
I'm gonna use Misty Step as my bonus action.
Perfect.
My last spell slot for
Last
second
spell.
level.
Love it.
And
I can move an
there's the,
additional 30 feet.
The fireball.
Perfect.
And there's the damage.
Love that. Yeah, she shrieks
And then,
again as this radiant light hits her. Tinka, what's your move?
I was gonna do the frostbite thing, but I think I have a different idea if you'll let me change my mind.
Sure. Yeah, you haven't technically taken the action.
So I was gonna do the fireball, but I think using fire on a dragon is not the best idea because mine's not radiant. I'm gonna do 4th level witch bolt, which is concentration for up to a minute.
Okay, cool.
So, this is the spell attack. Fuck.
Ugh. Yeah,
I know, that's a bummer.
maybe. What does this look like? What's going on in Tinka's mind as this giant dragon is careening towards
Wait, will
her?
this reach if she goes for it?
Oh, you know what? I don't think it will reach. I got too far away. So, if I can scratch it,
Sure,
then the only other thing I can do is firebolt.
that's fine.
So that would be not a hit.
Cool. Yeah.
My rolls are crap right now.
Good thing this isn't.
So I think
actually
Tinka would just take her normal 30 feet of movement and move back another 30 feet.
Cool.
If that's allowed.
Yeah, I'm good with it because it's not normal combat. I'm good with it.
Okay.
You see, like as this is all kind of going on, she does this other fiery blast kind of right up the center. It doesn't seem.
Oh, wait,
to
before
hit...
she
yes.
does, can I attack on this round or no?
Yeah, if you want to.
Before
For sure.
she chooses. Okay, I definitely want to use a regular move action to bring me and the Reavers onto this ship.
Okay.
And I want to shoot my. I want to take a shot, with my one ice round
Okay.
at her mouth.
Cool.
So that goes. This should be plus. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what my to hit is. It used to be a lot higher, but now it's only showing +1. I know I get. Do I just add what do I add to a regular attack?
For
Is it just
that
my
it's your proficiency.
Okay, so I get a proficiency bonus. Is that what you're talking about?
Uh huh.
Okay, so proficiency bonus is 3, and then I have +2 because it's a ranged weapon, so that's 5, and then I have the +1 on the
Sure,
pistols,
so
which
it's
is
a plus
6.
6. Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Love that.
So I'll just roll this, and then we can add 5 to it, I think.
Boom. Yeah, that'll do.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
go
then
ahead
this,
and-
I'll roll this, and then I think I'll look at, see what the ice round damage is. A second. So 12 plus, ice round will be, I have to click on these.
Not easy to use.
Ice spell shot 2d6 plus 3 cold damage.
Cool. Yeah, roll me 2d6.
That's the
big
ice
roll.
damage.
Yeah, that's a big roll. Yeah. So you see this gunshot fire off. Are you doing just one round, or are you shooting both guns?
I can shoot the other one, but I only have one ice one.
Yeah. So you shoot this one, it fires off. You can shoot another round if you want to, and you see this ice kind of encrust around her neck, where she gets hit, and she
That's
shakes it
only
off.
a 16, I think.
Yeah. So the second one just fires a little bit high, but the ice one bursts across her neck, and she kind of like gets this frostbitten, white, literal frost on her neck. And then she, blasts in this direction. Himothy, I think you're the only one it's going to hit.
Yeah, and I don't have anything that I can do to try and dodge it, so I'm kind of stuck getting it.
Cool. Sorry, dude, it's 11
Since I just moved there in the pre.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck
61 points of necrotic damage, but you get a dexterity saving throw to see if it's halved. The DC is 18.
DC 18. All right.
If Selwyn was here, he would have bardic inspiration.
Okay, sure. This bardic,
I don't know what that does.
I think it's for like.
I think it gives him a D4 extra on something.
No. By this time, it's got to be a D6 or
Yeah, I
D8.
think
It scales
it's
with level.
I can pull a break.
And
Yeah,
it can be added to a roll, right?
Yes. He would need to declare that he's using his inspiration before the DM says whether he passed or failed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like he would have one for sure.
For
She's
sure,
so generous.
Yeah,
with
for
them.
sure. I'm down.
For sure, man.
Well, no, to be fair though, given how Himothy has been antagonizing Selwyn, I don't know if Selwyn would be willing to do that.
Do not
gonna be
lick a
fair.
gift horse in the mouth.
No, I'm gonna be fair though. I have to stick with my character.
Well, you get your bonus,
that's fair.
your own bonus to saves, right?
Right, I get a +4 anyway. So let's see here. Oh, fuck.
Oh,
This-
bummer.
This eruption of red flame tears down Himothy. You are completely engulfed in black smoke and red flame. You take 61 points of necrotic damage.
Well, I'm down at 0, but I'm not instant kill. So
Well, that's good. Tinka needs to spare the dying on this one.
Uh-huh. So she took her turn. Does that mean we get another round?
Yeah, so this is the next round. There's something RP wise is gonna happen at the top of this round. You see.
Okay, I am.
Go ahead.
No, go for it.
You see.
No. You go ahead.
Cool. This is the fun part. You see Himothy go down, and she has the ability to then go like make these clutches, and she does that for some of the other crew. There are crew who are also in that line, right? It's not just you guys on the top deck. I just don't have their tokens out here, but there's 30 or so other people who are scrambling around, and you see them just go up in flames, just nothingness. Like for them, not as strong as you heroes. They've gone to be obliterated. And you hear, or you see this erupting of flame, and you hear this voice.
Mock me, little gnome. You forget I have part of him. He is me. You cannot run. You cannot hide.
And she continues to go off the side of the ship. And as you look, she again just dissipates into cloud. You don't see where she goes.
Okay, I don't see where she goes.
Yeah, she like into the black cloud off the side of the ship. She has carried over and is gone. You guys absolutely take your actions.
I'm going to use Spare the Dying because I don't have spells left. You're stable.
I'll go over and heal him with Cure Wounds at the 3rd level. And bonus action. Uh, 4 charges of this. I think I have to click it 4 times.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah, so, oh wait, hold on. Let me make sure I can do that. I might have cheated. So bonus action by spending dice from the pool, you can restore HP to one creature. Half my druid level or less. Okay, so I can spend... Oh, or do we round up or down?
I think we round up. So
Okay, so I can spend 4 at once. So
Perfect.
yes,
There you
I did not cheat. So you get
Perfect.
11 from the Cure Wounds, 12, 18, 21 plus 5, 26.
I think it's 26 total.
Yeah, 26 total.
dope.
Oh, that should be sufficient. Thank you, guys.
Dick is gonna be like, damn, my Spare the Dying is getting really strong.
I would have had to run over there. Hold on, let me just, I mean, we're like out of initiative, right? So like,
Yeah. I mean,
Exactly.
it's, like basically this whole quote combat is just free actions that are happening for RP sake. You hear a familiar voice from above as this is happening, and you recognize it as the High Warden. Those who look can kind of see that their eyes are poison ready, and they say, "It's here for you. Get to the skiffs." Tinka, you hear that same voice in your head say, "We'll fend it off and distract it to the west. Go south. Go quickly."
Okay, she's gonna try and get everyone rallied up.
Perfect.
Yeah, the 4 Reavers on this skiff with me, how long is it going to take us to get this operational?
I'll tell you what. At least one round. But what I'll have you do is roll for me an insight, and the DC will lessen each round. DC 15 the first time, DC 10 the second time, DC 5 the third time. If it takes 3 rounds, the DC goes down. Make sense?
Almost 18, but no.
Bummer. Yeah. So this round you're not ready.
Okay.
Cool. Tinka, behind you, you look and see Viz with this look of terror on his face. Probably the most scared he's ever looked, and he says, "Shh, she's done it. We have to go. She will destroy us all. She is too powerful." And he starts to sprint towards the...
She takes his hand and tries to just keep up. Once again, she's a kite flying in the breeze.
Yeah. Cool.
Are Silwyn and Anna, are they with, like, the other...
I'll say they're kind of
main
like
crew?
collectively running with you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, for the sake of their not being here. Probably more spread out. I don't think... I think Silwyn's probably actually with you because she runs.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, you guys can run to where you need to go. You got the full round of actions. She is
One
not
thing
inside.
before we begin, as Timothy like gets like healing from his party and like starts getting up, he's gonna look around. Does he see Ilona anywhere on the deck?
Oh, make for me a perception check. No.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Nope.
you
All
don't
right.
see her.
All right, he's just gonna start running with everyone else.
30 feet unless you take an action, then you got 60.
Oh my god, Bramden!
Bramden's not present. The rest of your crew is. They've kind of all run to the deck. Actually, does it roll for me?
Bramden's with the Reaver?
Yeah, with the Reavers. Brynwyn is. Bramden is not. Bramden you haven't seen.
Oh, no. He dropped
He's
out.
on our scale.
Roll for me a d20. Does it? You need at least a 10. And then I'll tell you what happens if you
Nice.
don't get it.
D20.
Nat 20. Perfect.
I just made it.
Yeah. as I'll say, what happens with that nat 20 is you catch.
Man, I've been getting all nat 20s. They're
I know,
all ones.
it's a great rolls this game. I'll say does that as you're kind of getting to this point. What I was gonna do is if you've rolled less than a 10, I was gonna make some of your reavers being caught on fire. What actually happens
No,
as
not my
you're
boys.
as
Not my
you're
baby
running here,
boys.
you see Bramden and you grab him by the arm and bring him on board. So Bramden's with you too because
And I
he rolled a
say,
nat 20.
let's go, Bramden.
Yes.
Let's
you
go,
Oh,
Brandon. God.
Cool. You guys are making your way across the deck, dodging debris and struggling against these gale force winds as she's coming across and making these attacks. And you see her having between these rounds swooping low, claws raking against the ship's hull, and the impacts kind of like spin, like kind of press you guys, or you have to like keep your footing. This round she's not present, right? This is kind of like up to this point, but again, make for me a round of perception checks.
Nice. Perception.
Jeez Louise.
Ooh. I'll make one for Viz. Not good. He's very distracted. Leon, you're the
Can I
only
get
one
help
who
from
sees
my
it.
reavers?
Oh, Tide, you see it too. Leon, Tide, you see the eyes once again. They're perfectly stationed where they were kind of when you first came above deck on the starboard side. So she's coming from this direction this time, and I took her token off for some stupid reason.
You guys want to see a cool trick? Dizu can actually transform. Watch this. Oh, it didn't work on my token, but it works on my character portrait for some reason.
Womp.
Nah.
Mickey can transform too.
Wow, everybody has an alternate form.
I can be everybody. You hear Brenwyn scream, just.
Oh, I know. Or is that what we're doing? Am I being this right now? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah. Yeah. I was trying to figure out why I have this token here. Like I've just had this token like the last 5 seconds or sessions, and I'm like, is this something I should be concerned about?
Tinka. Bridget, why am I here?
I want to get back to the feast.
Yeah, so she's the dragon coming in this time. I'll say you guys are like roughly in this vicinity, not quite to the ship yet. She comes in. I need to roll a d6. Ooh, not good. Place yourselves where you would be because something's gonna happen.
I'm where I would be.
Okay, just like
Do we know where the eyes are?
Yeah, I placed her back on the map. She's coming from this direction.
Okay, Tinka would have been with Leon anyway, but if she gets within 30 feet, she's gonna fire off a frost bolt again.
Okay.
Yeah, Leon's gonna head to this I guess what they call the skiff or whatever I think you said.
Mhm.
And I guess due to her how close she is, I think he'll do I guess he saw her coming, right? And he knows something's happening. So is there like, can he just like brace for whatever's about to occur here? Like, like whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. She flies in, she swoops low, and once again, you see that fire build in her throat as she's coming across. She moves forward just enough to secure this entire line.
I don't like
Oh
that.
no. Is this Agonizer's Scorcher?
This is what?
There's a spell. It's
No.
like Agonizer's Scorcher. It's a line of fire.
No, this is a specific breath weapon that dragons have.
Oh.
I need everyone to make a DC 18 Dex saving throw once again. That's Tinka.
People within 10 feet of me get +4.
Perfect. Leon, does that put you in that line too?
I think Tide gets it.
I'm not
and-
sure
Tinka's
she's
dead.
like covering where I think he moved to.
Yeah, no, you're not in it.
Okay.
So Tide.
Tide does it.
Actually, it's just these two because it's only 30 feet.
Oh
So
my
I
god.
don't get it.
You don't get hit, no. So just
okay.
Tinka and Viz.
Oh
Oh
god,
no, Viz, no.
we die together.
He saved.
Oh great.
I'm sorry, Bridget.
No, you're fine.
It's only 41 points of damage this time. It's not as bad.
Okay, so I only have 34. How many extra points send me to insta dead?
This is way under still. You would have had to have 82.
So
or
I can just go to
60,
0.
68. Yeah, you're unconscious.
Okay.
Viz is badly burned.
When you get instant dead, it's like
You have to double your
HP.
HP. Yeah.
Yeah.
Burn or max? I'm just trying to remember.
Wait, did you still have your temporary hit points too, Bridget?
Oh, I had 5 temporary hit points, but that's still
Yeah,
too
still,
many.
still
Okay.
put you down. Cool. This is your last round. Basically, you get to decide what to do now. You've got Tinka down. You've got a good portion of people who've made it to the ship. Viz.
I gotta roll
burned.
another.
Uh,
You said it was insight in the thing dropped.
okay. Here, Leon is gonna take his movement to go to unconscious Tinka. Okay. He's going to spare the dying. Cantrips. Spare the dying.
You stole my spare the dying too?
I've always had it. I've always had it.
You're not
I'm
a
I'm
necromancer.
I'm a
It's
cleric.
Necromancy magic.
Well, so is Revivify, technically.
It is, yes.
Oh, fair.
There's a couple very specific cleric spells that are also necromancy spells that are very specifically cleric-y.
They don't like to talk
Um,
about it, okay?
Yeah.
I'm
We
only
just
raising
don't like to talk
somebody
about
from the
Yeah. And then he's gonna use the shard. I think it's 2 charges it has to be to teleport with her, right?
Yeah.
To go back to this skiff over here with her.
Okay.
So that they can drop on the skiff and hope everyone else can get Viz over there.
Perfect. Yeah,
Tinka, in
Viz will
her
run up
dying
to
words, would be like, "Don't save me, save this."
He's like, I'm already here.
Well,
Let's go.
you were the one in range for him to get, okay? and then next round he'll cast like a cure wounds.
Cool.
I failed the insight check again. Can I use my action surge to attempt it again this round?
Action surge lets you do a second action, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
full action.
Then absolutely.
As long as it's not movement.
Yeah. Perfect.
12.
Yeah. You get it. The skiff is you feel it charge up. It's also run off of some kind of Ethereum as well, but it's like a much smaller modified engine. Basically, the entire crew is with you except for Leon, Viz, and Tinka, who are on the other skiff.
Who has the bottle with all the people in it?
Is anyone?
He has my sword in his
Nobody's
bag.
down left, right? So I can get on the ship. The skiff.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're leaving anyone behind.
Yeah.
I probably would
Bye,
have given
Ty.
you your sword back after the search. I don't think you have to worry about it being in the bag.
Yeah, we'll say you have it. That's fine.
Okay.
The dragon turns one more time, and you once again see the breath begin to charge up. The black smoke gathering around her neck, the red flame. And as she is getting ready to blast towards this ship, the ship drops.
I was just about to ask you if I could just drop this thing.
Yeah.
Like throw this thing down as
That
fast
will
as I could.
absolutely be your action. You
I'm gonna like yell at everybody, like grab onto something.
Yeah. You feel as the skiff drops all of you straight down 30 feet below this fire. It swings over your head and blasts into the side of the ship, and this skiff is safe. We will pick up next session with what happens with Tinka, Leon, and Viz on the other skiff.
But
Oh,
no, it's the
no.
3 best characters in one boat.
What?
What about these?
My chopped liver.
Dylan's not in this boat. What do you
Oh,
mean?
She was talking about our skip. I just don't know.
Yeah,
which
Dylan's
one
in your
oh,
was.
oh,
Yeah.
Vol, they don't know. They must be dumb.
I was just saying someone else so that they feel important too. I know.
Well,
That was quite the nice little ending there.
Yeah, it was really
Uh,
cinematic.
Bro!
I really like that
Yeah.
last. I thought we were gonna be here for another 2 hours with this last portion, but that was really cool how you mixed like it being cinematic and not necessarily like hard initiative.
true
I like
initiative.
that. Yeah,
Mhm.
that worked out really well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
was
was
I
a
was gonna let
fun-
you guys
fun
do that if you
encounter.
wanted to, like to drop into real initiative. But it seemed to make more sense for the cinematic nature of it. Like she's
Yeah, it was almost like a chase.
Yeah.
Chase scene instead of the proper.
Like a proper battle, yeah. No, I loved it.
cool.
You know what I want?
What?
A long fucking rest.
Y'all need some
Yeah.
fucking. Tinka's nearly.
Well, you almost had an
dead.
eternal rest
Maybe
there on the
next
deck of the
month.
ship.
She would have taken
Not
that and
over
been
yet.
fine
do you,
with
Do
it.
you think the skiff is it all gonna be like? I'm just Leon doesn't know what he's doing. Tinka's unconscious and Viz is burnt pretty bad. So I mean.
So I feel like Britt could kill Tinka, but there's a part of Britt that also knows if he kills Tinka, whatever comes next is going to be stupid and unhinged, and could possibly be what's inside that egg right now.
Wait, do you mean that's not Tinka already, or?
Oh, it'll be worse. You thought the beefling was bad?
What you don't know
Well,
is
Tinka
Bridget
finally
thinks
learned
it's gonna
that-
be stupid and unhinged, but we have a drama campaign, so there are still criteria it has to meet.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just
Tinka
gonna make it
finally
a
learned
pig
that
person
Timothy
called
speaks
Crispy
Gnomish.
Bacon.
She's a pig person. We have established animal people.
Yeah.
Very true.
Oh,
And it's gonna be full of puns.
It was fun, everybody.
Yeah, I got a
Yeah.
dip.
All
Thanks,
right.
guys.
Now
Good
that
night.
Tinka knows that
Bye.
Timothy speaks Gnomish, I think Tinka and
Fuck
Timothy are going to be good friends.
off.
Bye.
Everyone steals my shit.
All right, y'all.
Okay,
Till
bye.
next time. Bye. Chat, it's been fun. We will do it again in 2 weeks. Thanks for hanging out. Later.